Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we're continuing on the mystical. Today's chapter will be covering the Sephra known as Bina. Bina. See, last night we did the chapter on Hakma, which we come to find is the archetypal masculine. So you hear a lot of confused people talk about divine masculine. Well, what we actually found is that the masculine is that which sets the context. Today we're going to get into divine feminine, which is known as Bina, that which fills the context with content. So hopefully there was a lot of interesting things that you learned. Maybe there were some refresher pieces of information for you. But one thing that I know is that every time I open up this book, I learn something new. Regardless of how many sentences and paragraphs I highlight, this book is full of gems that continue to sparkle throughout infinity. So hopefully, you'll find something here that you did not know, and you'll find clarification on things that you may have had questions about. So, let's get started, shall we? Sunshine Chick, peace and greetings. Frame Star Films, peace, good to see you, brother. MC Maestro, peace. Thank you for giving me the impetus to get the final Ophio book that I did not have. The only one left at a reasonable price. It wasn't perfect, I don't know what it was. Seriously, Triple A, peace, brother. Phoenix will Fed, peace. Good to see you, always. Monica One, great. Azrael Walker, good evening. Welcome. Travis Harris, salutations. Like, have the house to myself, no one is home. No, that means. Right. Special shout out to Sunshine Chick. Put me on these things right here. Ollie. Great friend. Love it. They just happened to be on sale when you told me about them, so I got like a bunch of them. Good stuff. Mike's Art, peace. Oh. Atropa, good evening. Know what it means when nobody's home? That means I can be loud with my rituals. Ata Malkuth. All that good stuff. Oh, I forgot. Gonna need to take care of the olfactory element. Got a cinnamon, chocolate, and vanilla. All right, let's get this thing rolling. Or should I say cracking? Y'all cowards don't even smoke crack. Rack 'em, rack bar. My audio is very choppy. How about now? Is it good? Is it better? I think I just had to vibrate the divine names first. Good. I'm gonna assume we're good. And by the way, after getting started, as I said, that like button is free and it's great. It's free and it's great. It's good for me. It's good for the channel. It's good for you, because I know that sometimes these videos don't pop up on the homepage. But anyways, this ain't your first rodeo. Choppy again. What is with this choppiness? I'm not, as far as I know, I'm not doing anything different. Well, let's tough it out and hope that it gets better. If not, then, we can always restart. Gerald Sombright, peace, my brother. The Electric Rose, greetings, greetings. Right. Here we go. Last night, so ain't no way we can just leave you on the hard standing rock without finishing up with the, what's the symbology for this, without the cup or the chalice, right? All right, let me know if it's still getting choppy, because like I said, I can switch phones or maybe go on my computer if I have to, because ain't no way that we can miss this information. I think I'm foreshadowing. The teachers are present. Donation ain't easy. Meister says it's in and out of choppiness. Dadgummit. It's a little choppy. What the hell's going on here? Let me see. Maybe it's the battery. There's something I testing 1, 2, 1, 2. It's any better. It's getting kind of choppy. I did use heats and it'll start flashing and shit like that. Example. I'm gonna need to get it. All right, so yeah. Like out of a game. Okay, that's some good advice, Electric Rose. Let me check and see what I got going on. Real choppy, indecipherable. Holy cow. You've officially been chopped and screwed. Okay, well, I guess that means we will have to do this in a different fashion then. Alright. Okay, the Electric Rose has just cleared up over here. Well, I hope so. I took your advice and I closed everything else out. So maybe that was the issue. Let me get some more confirmations and let's see. Okay, Petty Midnight Gospel says clear. Seer Sutra 8 says clear. Nicole Berkeley says stable now. Anybody else? Always says sounds good to me. I think we're back home. I think we're good. I think we're good. Fabulous. All right. Gucci bandana. We're back in this thing. We're back in it. All right. So that was just the Holy Spirit automatically, systematically. All right, so let's begin. Chapter 17, Bina, the third Sephirah. And as we learned last time, Kether represents stability, harmony, indistinguishable balance, mula prakriti. Everything in its perfect place, so homogenized that there is no difference between anything. Basically, it's looking at matter and, looking at the material plane and everything associated with it from a perspective that everything looks the same. Outside of time, outside of space, outside of evolution, Kether is the beginning and the end result. Now, when we look at Hakma, the very next Sephirah, this is what happens when that perfect harmony of Kether continues to receive influx and influence from the great beyond, the triple blackness. And as it's overflowing and overflowing, we're getting to a state where that harmony becomes to get imbalanced, becomes a bit upset. Now this is where we have Hakma, because it is the nature of this machine, this technology, this tree of life, this universe, to be in a state of balance and harmony. So if it's not in a state of balance and harmony, it's going to continue to fight. Well, not even fight. It's going to continue to dance, turn, twist, gyrate until harmony is achieved again. So we know of Hakma as this spark, this blasting forth, this movement, this forceful push, right? Pure, undifferentiated force. And what happens is that it has to reach a point of stabilization, a point of stability. So right after all that activity of Hakma, it finally starts to collect and come into another type of harmony, another type of balance. And that's what we get right here with Bina. So just a few descriptive symbols and metaphors for Bina. The title of Bina is Bina, understanding. The magical image is a mature woman, a matron. The situation on the tree is at the head of the pillar of severity in the supernal triangle. The Yetziratic text, and we'll get into that later on in the chapter, the third intelligence is called the Sanctifying intelligence. The foundation of primordial wisdom. It is also called the creator of faith, and its roots are in Amen. That's an interesting part. Like I said, she'll get into it later on. But its roots are in Amen. I wonder what that means. It is the parent of faith, whence faith emanates. And I think this chapter might give us probably the best description of Prakriti that this book can offer. Because Bina is the mother of form. Bina is just enough removed from what we know of as Buddhi, just enough removed from the crown chakra, and the closest of the upper triad to manifestation. So the titles given to Bina is Amma, the dark sterile mother, Aima, the bright fertile mother. I wonder how she can be both sterile and fertile. We'll find out. Kursiya, the throne. That's important. Mara, the great sea. That's important as well. The God name, Jehovah Elohim. We've heard of that in Genesis in the Bible. The archangel associated with Bina, Zaphkiel, the beholder or the eye of God. The order of angels associated with Bina are called the Elim, the thrones. The mundane chakra is Shabbatai or Saturn, right? The spiritual experience is the vision of sorrow. Now that doesn't sound too fun, right? But consider the vision of sorrow. It's almost like a holy sorrow, right? A typical image associated with this spiritual experience is that famous painting or statue of Mother Mary holding Christ after he's been pulled off of the cross, so he's dead. So the sorrow of a mother looking and holding her son who died who sacrificed himself. Basically, this is the vision of the eternal mother who knows that she's condemned her child to death simply by giving birth to him. Virtue is silence. And here we have our first vice, because she's dealing with matter. The first vice is avarice. Someone in the chat who's very smart or has a dictionary, let us know what avarice means. Avarice. The correspondence in the microcosm is the right side of the face. MC Maestro says the movie Golden Eye is about Zafkiel incarnating as AI. I don't think I've seen that. Good evening, Unicorn Universe. Good evening, Petty Midnight Gospel. Stray Panther, peace. Good evening. Gerald Tombright says greed. Thank you, thank you. Moby says extreme greed for wealth. Thank you. Unicorn Universe says like vicious greed. Yes, yes. Society Eject says excessive or insatiable desire for wealth or gain. Greediness, cupidity. All right, so just keep that in mind. So we've got the definition of avarice. Now that's what happens when you're dealing with this level of existence, but it's imbalanced, right? So just think about the connection between avarice or excessive greed and hoarding of things. If that's the vice, look at how it compares with the virtue, which is silence. Ponder the connection there. And of course, she'll get to it. But it helps to think ahead. Get those gears turning. All right, so the symbol of this particular Sephirah is the Yoni, the Ketis, the Vesica Pisces, the cup or the chalice, the outer robe of concealment. So the last chapter, Hakma, we dealt with what we know of as the positive or the masculine. So today we're going to deal with the negative or the feminine. The tarot cards associated with Bina are the 4 threes. So all the threes in the deck are associated with Bina. The 3 of Wands, we're dealing with established strength. Now keep in mind, Wands is an inherent masculine card. Swords are an inherent masculine card. The Cups and the Pentacles are feminine cards. So look at what happens here. The 3 of Wands, established strength. The 3 of Cups, abundance. The 3 of Swords, sorrow. The 3 of Pentacles, material works. Right? Color in Atziluth, crimson. The color in Bria, black. That's the one that we know. The color in Yetzirah, dark brown. The color in Asaya, gray flecked pink. All right, verse 1. Framestar Film says, after Bina, your ass is nailed to consciousness. And then eventually you'll be nailed to the cross. Verse 1. Bina is the 3rd member of the supernal triangle, and the task of its elucidation will be both extended and simplified because we can study it in the light of Hakma, which balances it on the opposing pillar of the tree. It is never possible to understand a Sephirah if we consider it apart from its position on the tree, because this position indicates its cosmic relationships. We see it in perspective, as it were, and can deduce whence it comes and whither it goes, what influences have gone into its making, and what contributes to the scheme of things entire. In other words, like she says, it is impossible to understand a Sephirah by itself. The way to know a Sephirah is by its relationship, its position. Now, the most clear relationship and position and definition of Bina is going to be to study Hakma, because they're on opposing sides, they balance each other. One does not exist without the other. And an even better way to add some more frosting on this delicious cake is to consider Kether, right? Because Kether is the 3rd part of this triad, or the 1st part of this triad. Together, they make a type of cosmic spiritual family. the archetype of all spiritual families, of all mental families, emotional families, physical families. So to understand Bina, keep in mind what we learned about Hakma and also Kether. And like she said, because we're not dealing with a stiff, static system. We're dealing with a flowing, moving, evolving system. So since it's moving, where is it moving from and where is it moving to? We've got attention and awareness, energy and evolution moving from Kether to Hakma to Bina, from Bina to Qabalah, from Bina across to Tifereth. So, like I said, this is about relationships. And in order to know what the relationships are, we've got to know who is involved. So let's keep going. Number 2, Bina represents the female potency of the universe. Not just the female potency of humans, and not just the female potency of lionesses and beetles and earthworms, even though earthworms are androgynous. Everything that manifests with life has female potency and masculine potency. Society Eject says, so this should give us a better understanding of verse 33 on Hakma. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Excellent. And if you guys were here last night paying attention, you would know that verse 33 was a powerful verse. And I definitely was looking over that all night last night. Good call. So again, Bina represents the female potency of the universe, even as Hakma represents the male. As already noted, they are positive and negative, force and form. Each heads its pillar, Hakma at the head of the pillar of mercy, and Bina at the head of the pillar of severity. It may be thought that this is an unnatural distribution, that the supernal mother should preside over the mercies and the male force of the universe over the severities. That's what we would think as humans, right? But we must not sentimentalize these things, right? Don't be like everybody else on the internet. This is not about sentimentality. It's about nature. We must not sentimentalize these things. We are dealing with cosmic principles, not personalities. Why didn't I highlight that? Probably because I didn't know that this would even be a thing of concern. For me, it wasn't, but I'm highlighting that because that's so key to remember. Not just dealing with Qabalah, but dealing with everything spiritual, and even just the meta understanding of life. None of this stuff is personal. There is no such thing as personal. Personal is an illusion. But we must not sentimentalize these things. We are dealing with cosmic principles, not personalities. You've heard this so many different times. The angels are not people up in the sky. The gods and the goddesses are not people up in the sky. They are principles. If you ask me, I would say algorithms. Someone else would say something else, but they're not personalities. Even though, and here's the paradox. Even though when we work with these spirits, we address them and treat them as if they're personalities, right? If you're working with Ganesh, if you're working with Chesed Frieza, if you're working with any type of deity, yes, you address its personality because that's what the human brain understands. But what you're also understanding in the back of your mind and your unconscious mind, right? Because the front of the mind, you're dealing with a character. But in the back of your mind, you're dealing with the pattern of movement that character represents. Newbies might have trouble with that. But if you've been doing this, then you know what I'm saying. And even the symbols under which they are presented give us insight if we have the eyes to see. Freud would not have quarreled with the attribution of Bina to the head of the pillar for severity, for he has a great deal to say about the image of the terrible mother. MC Maestro says, Chesed Frieza don't got the coochie out. Right. He's the peacetime king, right? Because you look at Chesed, that's the king that's sitting comfortable on his throne. No need for the coochie to be out. But when Frieza has to get up out that throne and go to his final form, it's all out on the table. Isn't it hilarious to know that he's not wearing armor? That's his skin. But yeah, good point. That's why I said Chesed Frieza. He's sitting on the throne. The coochie's not out. Number 3, Kether, Eheye, I am, is pure being, all potential but non-active. When a flowing forth of activity takes place from it, we call that activity Hakma. It is this descending stream of pure activity which is the dynamic force of the universe, and all the dynamic force belongs to this category. So again, Kether is all potential. It's all potential. That's Kether, all potential. But here's the distinction. Kether is non-active. Now, who does that sound like? Or what does that sound like? Sounds like Purusha. Sounds like Shiva, right? All potential, but non-active. That's Kether. I am that I am, pure being. Now, what's the next step? The next step is when a flowing forth of activity takes place from it. We call that activity Hakma, right? And honestly, to be even more clear, if we were to look at the triad of gods, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, we would actually say that Kether would relate to Vishnu, all potential but non-active. The flowing forth of activity, we could relate that to Brahma, the creator, Rajas. And then the descending stream, so this is still Hakma right here. It is the descending stream of pure activity, which is the dynamic force of the universe, and all dynamic force belongs to this category. That's Hakma. Now check it out. Number 4. It must be remembered that the Sephirah are states, not places. So please understand that. Kether is not a place. It's a state. Malkuth is not a place. It's a state. So it's not something you're going to get into a spaceship and visit. And it's not something you're going to astral project to. It's a state. Wherever there is a state of pure, unconditioned being, without parts or activities, it is referred to Kether. And she said that one line right there multiple times so far. So it's important to understand that. Wherever there is a state of pure, unconditioned being, without parts or activities, it is referred to Kether. Thus, into these 10 pigeonholes of our metaphysical card index system, we can sort out our ideas of the whole of the manifested universe without the necessity of removing any object from its place in nature as it appears to our understanding. States are extremely important. States, because everything else is founded upon and grounded on the state. The state is what anchors the frame, what anchors everything else. So you can talk all mystical and mighty, but if you don't anchor that into a real world state, it's just a daydream. Matrix talk. But again, Kether has to do with unconditioned being without any parts, without any separation. In other words, wherever we see pure energy functioning, we know that the underlying force is that of Hakma. Whenever we see pure energy functioning, we know that the underlying force is that of Hakma. So maybe think of one of those nuclear power plants or any kind of plant where they're dealing with raw, unrefined substance. And it's that raw substance that can power the whole city, right? They're sending that power. Georgia Power, that's what we got. Down here, we've got this big-ass company called Georgia Power, and they send electricity to everybody. Now, I'm pretty sure Georgia Power doesn't power the whole United States. I don't know what the other big power companies are, but underlying the driving force behind that business, behind that company, is indeed Hakma. What's you guys' power company? Is there like another power is there like a Florida power? Is there like a California power? I'm pretty sure Georgia Power services like the whole Southeast. So what do you guys have up north? What do you guys have in the Midwest? What do you guys have across the ocean? Society Eject says Dominion Power. That's VA. MC Maestro says Southern California Edison. Interesting. In any case, whenever you see pure energy functioning, we know that the underlying force is that of Hakma. And remember what Ophiel said also. Underneath every single thing in your life is flowing the force of one of these chakras. Excuse me, one of these Sephira. Curve 999, peace, brother, peace. Straight Panther says Duke Power here in North Carolina. Okay. Electric Rose says Pay and G up in the North New Jersey area. Curve says NV Energy. Robots in disguise. All right. So this enables us to see the intrinsic identity and type of all matter and phenomena, which at first sight appear entirely unrelated. That's important right there. To the non-Kabbalist, everything is random and unrelated. But to those of us who understand the Kabbalistic system or the relation of symbology, we know that even though things on the surface look differently, we're looking at the underlying context, right? The underlying context. I explained why I said Chesed Frieza, right? You wouldn't think that Frieza is a Chesed archetype, but if you look at what's going on in Chesed, the symbol is of a king sitting on a throne at peace. Frieza didn't have to go to war. He had shit under control. Or at least the Frieza sitting on the throne there. He was so comfortable that he had a floating wheelchair. He didn't even need to walk. So it's not the surface that we look at. It's the relationship that the thing has with its surrounding. So Christ is a Christ figure not because he was a special man, but because of the relationship he had with his surroundings. Georgia Power represents a Hakma force because of the relationship it has with its surroundings. It is pure energy. And you can see your phone company as what, Sephiroth? What's Verizon? What's what else y'all got? Altel? Is Altel still a thing? Altel. I don't know. I use Mint. I don't even use my phone. But what Sephiroth would the phone company be with? That should be an easy one. Hod. Exactly. Nicole Berkeley says Pacific Gas and Electric in California. Framestar Film says this girl talks high magic, don't she? Love her. Yes, I do. MC Maestro says I haven't heard of Altel in all my life. Man, Altel was like, I don't know, that was 2004. That was like when I first got my cell phone. Altel. Listen, my parents bought a computer. The first computer we had, the first desktop, was before it became HP. We just had the P, right? Because it's Hewlett Packard, that's HP. We had a Packard Bell, so we just had the P before they combined with Hewlett. Y'all gotta know the history of this stuff, man. Before there was HP, we just had the P. Curve says that's crazy, bro. They were around when AT&T was singular wireless. Man. And that's when phones were indestructible. You could run them over with a car and whatnot. It will still be functional. These days, if your phone falls off your bed, 25 cracks across the screen. Okay, so again, what she says here is, this enables us to see the intrinsic identity in all types of manner of phenomena, which at first sight appear entirely unrelated. For we learn by the Kabbalistic method to refer them according to their type to the different sephirah, thus enabling ourselves to link them up with all manner of cognate ideas, according to the system of correspondences explained on a previous page. This is the method of the subconscious mind, which it pursues automatically, systematically. The occultist trains his conscious mind in the use of the same method. Okay? So check that out. We don't look just at the surface level. We understand the relationship, and that's how we move. That's what makes us different from other people. Other people look at the surface of something and they're instantly fooled. We look beneath the surface and we're able to see the relationship that these things have. That's how we're able to use things that the common person wouldn't think is useful. That was the old way of thinking, before this new way of thinking that has appeared. Society Eject says, I remember having an old Gateway computer desktop. Whew, Gateway. Dell. Is Dell still making computers? Hekate, peace. Welcome to class. Curve says, facts with Nextel brick phones. Nextel. Where the only game they had on there was Snake. Straight Panther says, I remember old Apple computers with a floppy disk. Floppy disk, man. I used to have those little, not the floppy ones, but like the little 3.5 ones, and they came in different colors. That was so cool to me. And they quickly became obsolete, never to return. Gerald Tombright says, y'all too old for me talking about floppy disk. The original floppy disks were actually floppy. They wobbled and wiggled. Oh my gosh. Sunshine Chick says, yes, Dell is still in business. Good for them. Good for them. Discs used to be floppy, and I think they had like 512 megabytes. Maybe that was too much. All right. Electric Rose says, man, I'm so old. I had a Timex Sinclair 1000. Look up that dinosaur. I'm not even going to pretend that I know what the hell that is. That just sounds old. A Timex Sinclair? Sinclair. Framestar Film says, beer mats. I mean, can you even buy one? Can you even buy a floppy disk anymore? Society Eject says, you guys remember the AOL dial-up, that yellow man running across the screen? Man, those things flooded the streets. They flooded the streets like crack in the 80s. I don't think anybody was safe from those AOL discs. All right. It's too early in the chapter for me to go off on a tangent through time. This is the method of the subconscious mind, which it pursues automatically. So in other words, this process isn't necessarily something you have to do on purpose. What we have to do on purpose is open ourselves to the process. You see what I'm saying? She said this is the method of the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is automatically seeking out the relationships energetically. But because we have this ego and this conscious mind and this personality, we talk ourselves out of it, right? As a child, you already knew this. So-called primitive people knew this by default. But what she's saying here is the occultist trains his conscious mind in the use of the same method. So you're already doing this. You already think magically. You already live magically. But what you also do is you talk yourself out of it, right? You turn yourself off of it. So the occultist, the difference is that we use our conscious mind in the same method as the subconscious mind, speaking through symbols, through relationships, and through relationships of symbols. Incidentally, we may note that whenever individuals are working directly off the subconscious, as occurs in artistic genius, in lunacy, and in dream or trance, this method is used. Hint, hint. Number 5. It may seem strange to the reader that this digression concerning Hakma should be included under the heading of Bina, but it is only in the light of its polarity with Hakma that Bina can be understood. And equally, we shall have a great deal more to add to our explanation of Hakma now that we have got Bina to compare it with. Each of the pairs of opposites throws light on the other and is incomprehensible alone. Number 6. But to return to Bina. The Kabbalists state that it is emanated by Hakma. Let us translate this statement into other terms. It is an occult maxim, which is, I believe, confirmed by the researches of Einstein, though I have not the knowledge necessary to correlate his findings with the esoteric doctrines, that force never moves in a straight line, but always in a curve, vast as the universe, and therefore eventually returns whence it issued forth, but upon a higher arc, for the universe has progressed since it started. You see what she means there? So imagine what she's saying, and that she heard this from Einstein. Not personally, I'm sure, but he was alive during her time. Force never moves in a straight line. So what we're talking about is force is curving, and that curve isn't a small circle. It's a curve that is the same diameter as the entire universe. So inevitably, it's going to return to the same point. But the difference is, because the universe is evolving and moving, by the time it reaches that same point, it now becomes a spiral because it's moved in time and space. Right? So she says it follows then that force proceeding thus, dividing and redividing and moving at tangential angles, will eventually arrive at a state of interlocking stresses and some manner of stability. So think of a spider web, not even a spider web, think of, some type of mesh grid of all these crisscrossing lines that crisscross so much that it starts to form a matrix. You guys ever see the image of, since we're speaking of old school technology, you ever see like the image of, say, like Tron, where you'll see the landscape, but instead of it being detailed, you just see the grid lines covering everything. So imagine these crisscrossing lines going in every single direction, covering every surface imaginable. Eventually, that's going to form a web. See, Maestro says she probably gave Einstein his shit, right? Anna Molly, peace and welcome. Anna Molly says that makes sense since space-time is curved. Framestar Film says Mr. Grant. Yup. Hollywood Video. So we're talking about this landscape of crisscrossing lines of energy, literally forming a web, literally forming a womb, literally forming a matrix, interlocking stresses and some manner of stability. So basically, this isn't something that happened immediately. This is something that has taken place over vast epochs of time that our tiny minds aren't even suited to fathom. Infinity. So a blast of force issuing forth the entire circumference of the universe over and over and over and over and over again in every single direction. Eventually, all of those points will meet each other. All of those points will meet each other. And with that being the case, they're going to lock and touch and combine, creating stability. Now we're starting to see how force becomes form. We're starting to see how Hakma becomes Bina. A stability which tends to be overset in course of time as fresh forces are emanated into manifestation and introduce new factors with which adjustment has to be made. So again, it's not just one little blast of force that's spinning around the universe. There's constantly an influx of force coming in from the great beyond, from the triple blackness of space. There's always new force being poured into Kether. So again, this is literally creating a network, a web, a matrix. The void is not empty. It is a framework, it is a structure, it's a net. And as those energies continue to spin around and combine and create new patterns, this context is starting to gradually be filled with form. Number 7. It is this state of stability which is arrived at by the interacting forces when they act and react and come to a standstill, which is the basis of form, as is exemplified in the atom, which is nothing more nor less than a constellation of electrons, each of which is a vortex or a whirlpool. The stability thus achieved, which, be it noted, is a condition and not a thing in itself. This is what Kabbalists call Bina, the third Sephirah. Once again, she says, it is a condition, not a thing. It's a condition, not a thing in itself. This is Bina. Wherever there is a state of interacting stresses that have achieved stability, the Kabbalists refer to the condition to Bina. I'll give an example. Have you ever had some vibrant strawberries in a little container, and you leave it in your fridge long enough? Eventually, those vibrant strawberries start to grow some white fur. It's almost as if the life that has been vibrating in that fruit has slowly begun to stop and decay and come to a standstill, which becomes a platform for a different type of life. We're looking at the process of Bina here. The death of one thing, which causes the birth of another. You know, the egg has to die once the sperm cell hits it in order to become something else. In our last chapter, we learned that the father is the giver of life and the mother is the giver of death. A part of her even has to die in order for life to become. The death card doesn't just mean an end, it means a transformation of one thing to another. This is a hint to why Bina is called the sterile mother and the fertile mother, because it's about perspective, not absolutes. From one perspective, the strawberry is dead, but from another perspective, the strawberry fungus has new life. Eat your strawberries, don't let them go bad. Even if they're GMO. God still loves them, and God loves you. MC Marshall says there's no birth cards in the tarot deck. Ain't that the truth? There's a sun card, but there ain't no birth cards. I mean, there's an empress, right? So, wherever there is a state of interacting stresses which have achieved stability, the Kabbalists refer the condition to Bina. For instance, the atom being, for all practical purposes, the stable unit of the physical plane, is a manifestation of the Bina type force. All social organizations on which the dead hand of unprogressiveness weighs heavily, such as the Chinese civilization before the revolution, or our older universities, are said to be under the influence of Bina. So think about that. Systems that have gotten so old that they're ready to be on their way out. What do they say about the American government? People are always like, oh, drain the swamp, drain the swamp. But what does that mean? That means that people feel that there are elected officials who have become outdated to the point that they're starting to allow, what's the word? Decay, to allow decay to fester. And even though we might not like what's growing, it is still birth of a new type of life. I'm sure that there is a use for the fungus on the strawberry. To Bina are attributed the Greek god Kronos, who is none other than Father Time, and the Roman god Saturn. It will be observed the importance attached to time, in other words, to age, in these Bina institutions. Only gray hairs are venerable. Ability alone carries little weight. That is to say, only those who are congenial to Kronos can succeed in such an environment. In other words, in a drain the swamp type of scenario, what you're going to start to see is that respect is given to people just based on the fact that they've got skin in the game, that they've been there for a long time. Not at all based on what they can actually do. And don't we see this in all types of governments, in all types of outdated governments? People are promoted and respected, quote unquote, and are keeping their positions simply because they've been there for a long time, not because they're actually doing what we expect them to do. But not just that, think of other environments where you'll notice people getting advanced and succeeding simply because they've been there for a long time, not because they actually have any skill or talent. We even see this in the quote-unquote spiritual community, where people get respected simply because they've been here for a long time, not because they're actually saying anything useful, but because they've been here for a long time. That is the influence of Bina. Society Eject says, yep, just like if you keep grapes out too long, they will turn into raisins. Raisins are Bina fruit. Number 8, Bina, the Great Mother, sometimes also called Mara, the Great Sea, is of course the mother of all living. She is the archetypal womb through which life comes into manifestation. Whatsoever provides a form to serve life as a vehicle is of her. Check that out, highlighted. Whatsoever provides a form to serve life as a vehicle is of her. It must be remembered, however, that life confined in a form, although it is enabled thereby to organize and so evolve, is much less free than it was when it was unlimited, although also unorganized on its own plane. An interesting thing that was just said there is that in order for life to enter into matter, life has to come from another plane. It has to come from another plane. And it has to limit itself to inhabit matter. Which would lead one to the understanding that everything that you see here as a form of life is not in its final form. It's not in its full potential. That's why we can say that there is a spirit to nature. There's a spirit to the birds, a spirit to the foxes and wolves and all these other animals. We're only seeing it in its limited form. What it actually is exists elsewhere, and it had to condense and compress itself to inhabit a physical vehicle on this plane, the physical plane.
Involvement in a form is therefore the beginning of the death of life. It is a straightening and a limiting, a binding and a constricting. Form checks life, thwarts it, and yet enables it to organize. Seen from the point of view of free moving force, incarceration in a form is extinction. Incarceration in a form is extinction. What did Bobby Hemmett say? Reincarnation is re-incarceration. Remember he said that? Well, what Dion Fortune said is incarceration in a form is extinction. Form disciplines force with a merciless severity. So it's almost like a trade-off. Soul and spirit gives up its freedom in order for it to learn discipline and organization. See, spirit and soul, as it exists on the higher planes, is boundless and free, but at the same time, it isn't organized enough to evolve. It's literally just out here bouncing and trading. Like, its soul and spirit is so unorganized that it's not even singular. So a lot of people talk like, my soul and your soul, and they don't have a soul and this, that, and the other. That's not how it works. Soul is one thing and it's completely scattered, right? So soul has to trade that freedom in order to evolve. It has to become incarcerated into a body. And now that 100% soul had to be sliced off into like a 3%, right? And that would be me, that would be you, that would be us. But outside of this body that we've inhabited, we go back to where we were and we scatter. The little parts of me combine with the little parts of you and everyone else and everything else. Soul is just one unlimited, unbound force. Like what Dion Fortune said about Kether, it's undifferentiated. There's no distinction. It just is pure life, pure consciousness. But once it becomes disciplined into a form, it has to give up that freedom in order for it to evolve into something different. And if you're able to continue the race, by the time you make it back home, you're able to keep what you learned. And who knows? Who knows? Maybe there's a type of subtle form that exists beyond Kether. Or I don't know. That's just my guess from this perspective. But we come down from that plane of unlimited consciousness into this plane of limitation, not as a punishment, but for evolution, to become something greater than the whole. When soul combines with matter, it doesn't become a better piece of matter, it doesn't become a better piece of soul. We become something greater than both of those things. Somebody heard it. Number 9, the disembodied spirit is immortal. There is nothing of it that can grow old or die. But the embodied spirit sees death on the horizon as soon as its day dawns. We can see, then, how terrible must the Great Mother appear as she binds free-moving force into the discipline of form. She is death to the dynamic activity of Hakma, and Hakma force dies as it issues into Bina. Form is the discipline of force. Therefore, is Bina the head of the pillar of severity. Now you see why the divine feminine is the head of the pillar of severity. Because the freedom of soul must come to an end once it enters her womb. And that's also a hint as to why the spiritual experience is a vision of sorrow, because you know you have to trade, literally selling your soul. But it's not a bad thing. It's not something that you're punished eternally for. You're just having to endure incarnation. That's all. Incarnation can be pretty sweet if you know how to play the game. The good Swami Niranjanananda Saraswati taught us about non-attachment vairagya. He actually taught us a whole lot of things that can be useful in this game of evolution. Anybody tell me why we die, we die. Are you winning, son? Are you winning, son? Framestar Film says the wine, the info gets better, but our understanding evolves. I wonder what this book meant way back when to her. Totally different, I guess, to us. Yep, just like what Gareth Knight was saying about how the old Hebrew rabbis, their understanding of Gabriel, because they didn't have any of the technology or the findings about DNA and gene splicing and birth and bodies and all that stuff. Cosmic Chlorophyll, peace, greetings. We're on page 133. Travis Harris, greetings. Travis Harris says, such a privilege to receive this type of knowledge and understanding. It was all worth it. The highs, the lows, it all brought you to this present moment. Exactly. Cosmic Chlorophyll says, I still think Oversoul is different. I don't think our souls are ever here. The soul is absolutely not ever here. What we're experiencing is the influence of soul. Society Eject says, a woman when she is in travail hath sorrow, because her hour is come. But as soon as she is delivered of the child, she remembereth no more of the anguish, for joy that a man is born into the world. MC Maestro says, normal people must have thought she was hitting that opium pipe. Normal people. Olipop prebiotics, botanicals, plant fiber. Thanks again, Sunshine Chick. What a great recommendation. Olipop. Try it. Comes in 100 flavors. Let's continue. Jeez Louise. That was a lot. Got me thinking about stuff. Number 10. We may conceive that the first cosmic night set in, the first pralaya, or sinking of manifestation to rest, when the supernal triangle found stability and equilibrium of force, with the emanation and organization of Bina. All was dynamic before. All was forth rushing and expansion. But with the coming into manifestation of the Bina aspect, there was an interlocking and stabilizing, and the old dynamic free flow was no more. I think I had a vision of being free for a moment. Peace, Alligator. Alligator says, peace, everyone. You can feel the influence of the soul through that heart space. Yes, indeed. That's our connection right there. MC Maestro says, was on the verge of sleep, but the last verses woke me up. I have arrived. Number 11. that such an interlocking and consequent stabilization was inevitable in a universe whose lines of force ever move in curves is a foregone conclusion. And we can see, if we observe, how the Bina state was the inevitable outcome of the Hakma state in a curvilinear universe. That time must move through epochs in which Bina or Hakma predominate. Think about that. There has to be balance, right? There are some times where things are more forceful and overflowing and rushing and chaotic, and then there's going to be times where things are very smooth and stable and everything's under control. Before the lines of force had completed their circuit of the manifested universe and begun to return upon themselves and interlace, all was Hakma, right? So basically, we're talking about this curvilinear universe, and as she's saying, Kether was balanced, but Hakma was a bursting forth of everything. And going off of what Einstein said about how force is going to rush out at the angle of a curve of the universe, meaning it's going to continue to spin around the perimeter of the universe until it comes back to where it was. But since the universe has moved, it's actually going to make a spiral, not a circle. So imagine that's just one little unit of force that's been pushed out. There are infinite units of force being pushed out at every waking moment in every direction. So that spiral is not just one spiral, but it starts to form a web, right? Now what she says is, before those spirals really started to meet each other, at some point, the entire universe was Hakma bursting forward. Right? She said, before the lines of force had completed their circuit of the manifested universe and begun to return upon themselves and interlace, right? Before that, before the spiral came back, all was Hakma, and dynamism was unrestricted. After Bina and Hakma, as the first pairs of opposites, had found equilibrium, all was Bina, right? So at some point before there was balance and all these lines of force started to meet each other, at some point it became very solid and sturdy, and everything was Bina, and stability was immovable, and everything became frozen, rock hard, right? But Kether, the great emanator, continues to make manifest the great unmanifest. Force flows in upon the universe, and the sum of force is increased. So we're looking at the cycles, the three gunas, Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. At some point, the universe was all rushing force. And when all that rushing force finally met itself on the other side, at some point, the universe was all solid decay, right? And then, because Kether does not stop, like Framestar Film said, and it don't stop, at some point of stability, new force continued to be poured in. So the process repeats itself. We go from Rajas to Tamas to Sattva, to Rajas to Tamas to Sattva, over and over and over and over and over again. Do you get what I'm saying? MC Maestro says times where Purusha and Prakriti are more dominant. Absolutely. And there's a third. Cosmic Chlorophyll says, I hit the like button before I come in the chat. I already know I'm about to learn something. I don't do that for everybody. Oh. I'm grateful to have you here. Atropa says, how would they know what hitting an opium pipe feels like if one never hit an opium pipe? Good question. But we know how human beings are. We know how society is. Many times, even in high school, I've heard people say, oh, he's a crackhead. You acting like a crackhead. And hardly any of these people have even tried crack, but we knew that it was an adequate insult to use, right? Framestar says, shit, man, I miss our group chats. They're coming back. I just got a bit overwhelmed, and I needed to step back for a moment. for sure. Sadijik says it's just like saying African booty scratcher. Why was that an insult? That was a rampant insult when I was in middle school. MC Maestro says there's a sequel song called Y'all Cowards Don't Even Smoke Fentanyl. No. Y'all cowards. Cosmic Chlorophyll says I have the new 2022 edition with the forward by Judica Ills. Anybody else have that edition? I didn't know that Judica Ills wrote an intro. LF says the Crack Baby one too. Yeah, that was another one. All right, let's keep going. This inflowing force oversets the equilibrium that is arrived at when Hakma and Bina have acted, reacted, and come to a stop. Action and reaction commence again, and the Hakma phase, a phase in which dynamic force predominates, supervenes upon the static condition, which is Bina, and the cycle proceeds once more. Equilibrium between the pairs of opposites being arrived at in a more complex form, on a higher arc, as it is called from the evolutionary point of view, only to be overset again as the ever-emanating Kether weighs down the balance in favor of the kinetic principle as opposed to the static principle. Number 12. It will thus be seen that if Kether, the source of all being, is conceived of as the highest good, as it inevitably must be, and the nature of Kether is kinetic, and its influence is forever inclined towards Hakma, well, it inevitably follows that Bina, the opposite of Hakma, where's she going with this? The perpetual opposer of dynamic impulses will be regarded as the enemy of God, the evil one. Saturn, Satan, is an easy transition, and so is time, death, devil. Implicit in the ascetic religions such as Christianity and Buddhism is the idea that woman is the root of all evil, because she is the influence which holds men to a life of form by their desires. She just said an incredible mouthful right there that should completely obliterate superstition if you are mature enough to understand what the hell she just said. Matter is regarded by them as the antinomy of spirit in an eternal, unresolved duality. Christianity is ready enough to recognize the heretical nature of this belief when it is presented to it in the form of antinomianism. But it does, okay, and I'm going to admit, I don't know what antinomianism is. I don't know what that word means. Antinomy. But it does not realize that its own teaching and practice are equally antinomian when it regards matter as the enemy of spirit, and as such to be abrogated and overcome. This unhappy belief has caused as much human suffering in Christian countries as war and pestilence. So did y'all get what she just said there? Lily June, peace. In case you missed it, basically what she was talking about here in verse 12 is that we got this cosmic flow of abundance. Let me rephrase them. We're not at abundance yet. We got this cosmic flow of increase in kinetic energy and movement, right? That's Hakma. Then, after all that kinetic movement meets itself, it eventually, naturally stabilizes and becomes a solid, stagnant thing, right? That's Bina. But what happens is Kether continues to pour in life force. So that stagnation has to move again, and it becomes it becomes Hakma again. So the feminine force will be moved to become the masculine force over and over and over again. Nothing stays stagnant in this universe. It cannot, because Kether is continually pouring into it. Now, if we go off of the meta frame, the presupposition, the assumption that Kether is good, then what happens is that Kether continues to lean on the side of kinetic activity, movement. And if that's the case, Hakma represents kinetic activity and movement. So if the Kether influence is there, then Hakma is going to continue to move. And if Kether's good, Hakma is good, which would naturally mean Bina would be considered bad. And Bina represents the feminine aspect. Bina also represents Saturn. This is where we get Satan. This is where we get Father Time, the Death card, the Devil, the Grim Reaper, stagnation. So like I said, the metaphor, this is why good and evil is dangerous. This is why it's dangerous to believe in good versus evil. Because if you go with that, you're going to have to peg a part of nature as something bad. That's erroneous. It's not bad, it's a natural process. It's a natural process. But what happens is that religion has turned the feminine aspect of the universe into something bad, which means, since that metaframe exists, that the negative feminine aspect is bad, since we go under that presupposition, that means that we also have to assume that women and female is bad and evil, just by default. Just by default. And that everything feminine is bad. Oh, you hit like a girl. Oh, you run like a girl. Why did that become an insult? Right? All this dates back to the presupposition and the metaframe of good versus evil. If you believe in good versus evil, then by default you believe that woman is evil. Now, hey, the dots are there to connect it. Somebody defined antinomianism for me. Thank you. No one says, antinomianism is any view which rejects laws or legalism and argues against moral, religious, or social norms, or is at least considered to do so. The term has both religious and secular meanings. Society Eject says, most Gnostic sects did not accept the Old Testament moral law. For example, the Manichaeans held that their spiritual being was unaffected by the action of matter and regarded carnal sins as being, at worst, forms of bodily disease. That makes sense. Dion Fortune's getting kind of advanced on us here. Yummy, yummy. Coffee time. Number 13. The Qabalah teaches a wiser doctrine. To it, all the Sephirah are holy, Malkuth equally with Kether, and Giburah the destroyer with Chesed the preserver. It recognizes that rhythm is the basis of life, not a steady forward progress. Rhythm is the basis of life, not a steady forward progress. If we understood this better, how much suffering we should save ourselves, for we should watch the Hakma and Bina phases succeeding each other, both in our own lives and in the lives of nations, and would realize the deep significance of Shakespeare's words when he says, there is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to a fortune. Big advice right there, if you have the ears to hear it. Number 14, Bina is the primordial root of matter. But the full development of matter is not found till we arrive at Malkuth, the material universe. Let me say that again. Bina is the primordial root of matter, but the full development of matter is not found until we arrive at Malkuth, the material universe. We shall see repeatedly in the course of our studies that the three supernals have their specialized expressions in a lower arc in one or another of the six sephira, which form the microprosopos. It is repeatedly said of these that they have their roots in or are reflections of the higher triad, and these hints have a deep significance. And what did I say last night, y'all? Last night, I had mentioned how there are only three gods, and there's no more outside of that, right? There's no other gods outside of Vishnu, Brahma, Shiva. There's no other goddesses outside of Saraswati, Lakshmi, and Durga. Every single god and goddess is just a form of those three. Why? Is it because the Hindu system is superior to every other system? No. It's because those three deities represent the three forces of the universe: Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. Activity, passivity, and harmony. So every single god and goddess is going to be an avatar of activity, passivity, or harmony. So likewise, what she just said here, she said that we shall see repeatedly in the course of our studies that the three supernals, right, that's the top three spheres, Kether, Bina, and Hakma, or for our understanding also to add on to that, you can say Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, you can say Saraswati, Durga, Lakshmi, right? Same things, same exact things, just different names. They all have their specialized expression on a lower arc in one or another of the six sephira, which form the microprosopos. Now, what are the six sephira that form the microprosopos? Does everyone know that? There's 10 spheres, right? We just named 3, right? So that leaves 7. And if we take away Malkuth, that leaves 6, which would be Chesed, Gibra, Tifereth, Hod, Netzach, and Yesod. That's the microprosopos. And what she's saying is that even though those 6 central sephira are different, they are actually expressions of the top 3. 3 and 6. 3 and 6. Now to make that easy, let's just look at it here. Oops, I lost my page. What verse were we on? To make that easy, take a look. Basically, we got the upper 3 triad. Rajasic activity, Tamasic activity, Sattvic activity. That's 3. Now she said the microprosopos is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Take away Malkuth, right? And she said that basically these 6 are simply expressions of these top 3. Now just looking at this diagram, it's pretty easy to see what's what. Gibra and Hod are lower arced manifestations of Bina. Tifereth and Yesod are lower arced manifestations of Kether. Chesed and Netzach are lower arc manifestations of Hakma. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Jesus Christ is an avatar of Vishnu. Any lunar deity will be an avatar of Vishnu. Aries, Yamantaka, a form of Shiva. Guess what? Thoth, Tahuti. Raphael, a form of Shiva. Uh-oh. Frieza, Palpatine, a form of Brahma. You wouldn't believe it. Venus, a form of Brahma. In any case, all of this down here is only an expression of this up here. Lordy, lordy. Cosmic flow, peace, peace. Sankofa sound, peace. All right, does everybody get what she's saying right there in number 14? Because like I said, this is what we also went over last night too. All right, well, if you don't, you'll get it some other time if you stick with it. This information is self-evident, like it's all here. And if you just stay focused and concentrated on the sigil of the tree, eventually all this information will unfold to you. So it's not like you're going to miss anything. It's just whether or not you're ready to receive it right now. Because if you're not ready to receive it right now, you can hear it and it will literally go in one ear and out the other. But if you are ready, you'll catch it. And not only will you catch it, but you'll start to produce your own understandings. So again, Bina links with Malkuth as the root with the fruit. Remember, Bina is the root, Malkuth is the fruit. That's why it wasn't included in those other 6. This is indicated in the Yetziratic text of Malkuth, in which it says, "She sitteth upon the throne of Bina." It is for this reason that a hard and fast attribution of the gods of other pantheons to the different Sephiroth is impracticable. Aspects of Isis are to be found in Bina, Netzach, Yesod, and Malkuth. Aspects of Osiris are to be found in Hakma, Chesed, and Tifereth. Did it sound kind of weird when I said that Hermes thought Tahuti was an avatar of Vishnu? Of Shiva? Well, guess what? The lower down the tree you go, these gods are actually combinations of gods. So we can say that Thoth, Tahuti, would be a combination of Shiva and Vishnu, right? Again, this is why Hod is represented by an androgynous type of male, and Netzach is represented by a very, very fertile woman, sometimes with many breasts, yet that's on the masculine side of the tree. When you go down the tree at the very bottom, you'll start to see that these deities start to become more androgynous and cross-gendered. Why? Because you're dealing with a combination of different influences, different deities. They're not purely one thing like at the top of the tree. At the top of the tree, Bina is all woman. At the top of the tree, Hakma is all man. But at the bottom of the tree, Hod starts to get a little bit of both. Netzach starts to get a little bit of both. Yesod starts to be a little bit of everything. And Malkuth is everything. You get what I'm saying? Pablo X69, peace and greetings. Aset Aja, welcome. Framestar Film says, all is one, just derivatives of the same. Krakriti, Hekate. So again, aspects of Isis are to be found in Bina, Netzach, Yesod, and Malkuth. Aspects of Osiris are to be found in Hakma, Chesed, and Tifereth. This comes out clearly in Greek mythology, wherein the different gods and goddesses are given descriptive titles. For instance, Diana, the moon goddess, the virgin huntress, was worshipped at Ephesus as the many-breasted. Venus, the goddess of female beauty and love, had a temple where she was worshipped as the bearded Venus, right? So now we got that androgynous aspect, the bearded woman. That didn't come from no circus. This is ancient science right here. These things teach us some important truths. They teach us to look for the principle behind the multiform manifestation and to realize that it assumes different forms on different levels. Life is not quite so simple as the uninformed would like to believe. And Amali says, funny, just imagine the three as protons, neutrons, and electrons. And the lower gods are like different elements on the table, different combinations of the three. Eggs Blackley. Straight Panther 79 says the bearded Venus equals clam, vagina. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. The bearded Venus. I didn't see that before, but now I can see that. Now I can see that. Number 15. The meaning of the Hebrew names of the second and third Sephirah are wisdom and understanding. And these are curiously balanced one against the other, as if the distinction were of primary importance. Wisdom suggests to our minds the idea of accumulated knowledge, of the infinite series of images in the memory. But understanding conveys to us the idea of a penetration into their significance, a power to perceive their essence and interrelation. If you need a definition for wisdom versus knowledge, please highlight this. This right here just told you she told you the difference between wisdom and understanding. Wisdom being the accumulation of data, understanding being able to penetrate that data and see its significance, its essence, and its relationships, which is not necessarily implicit in wisdom taken as intellectual knowledge. Thus, we get a concept of an extended series, a chain of associated ideas in relation to Hakma, which at once correlates with the Hakma symbol of a straight line. But in regard to understanding, we get the idea of synthesis, of the perception of significances, which comes when ideas are related one to another and superimposed, metaphorically speaking, one upon another, in evolutionary series from the dense to the subtle. Thus does the idea of the binding together, Bina principle, come once again to our minds. That's why Bina is associated with understanding. Because the very same way that all the force wraps around the universe and forms an intricate web of manifestation, that's the same process that's happening with understanding. When you fill your head with data, eventually all that data will start to mesh together and form a web of understanding. You don't understand just because you read a bunch of words. Understanding comes when you start to blend the words together and see through what's actually being said and understand the essence of what's being said. When you train your mind to start collecting understanding as opposed to collecting just data, you're going to learn faster. I've been practicing for a long time, and I've started to acquire the ability to understand a book before I even finish it. And I'm not talking about assuming what it's about. I start to catch the pattern of writing and where the author's going with this. Likewise, if you start to collect enough data about any process, any subject, anything, you're going to have enough to work with to start processing your own type of understanding. There's a difference between wisdom and understanding. Al Dickey, peace. Framestar Film says, pick your deity, but it's still baby Jesus at the end of the day. A simple carpenter to some, a demonic boat builder to others. Guys, this is so good. Like, there's a lot of time being wasted out there, but this is some prime rib, grade A quality occult study. Like, I don't know about these other books. This right here is some good stuff. And there's enough here that can give you an understanding of whatever it is that you're trying to figure out without the fluff. But please train yourself to look for the context and not get lost and caught up in the content. Everyone else gets caught up in the content. Just look around. You got people arguing about who's the strongest bad guy. Demiurge, Archons, whatever. That's called content. They're missing the context. Train your mind to see, like what she said a few verses before, the connections that are underlying the surface, not the surface level stuff. Simple minds get caught up in the surface level stuff because they don't know how to go deeper than that. Don't get lost in confusion. Yes, these other folks are confused. Yes, and you can tell because they're caught up in content. If you can just look for the context, look at the relationship, look at the essence, look at what she says here. Read chapter 15 again. If you can train yourself to do this, you're going to go so much further. This is not a dead science. We are here to take this further. Dion Fortune did what she could for her time, but it's literally my task, and maybe one of y'all, to push this science even further. See, we got new material that we can add to this. But it's going to start with a framework of understanding. And if you're not able to see beneath the surface, you're not there yet. In a way, we're outnumbered by ignorance and foolishness. And I guess in my outlook, I'm doing what I can to help fill the world with a little bit of a better way to understand this information. Because there's enough confusion out there to last for generations. Please do your best. Do your best. That's all anybody can say. In any case, I'll be right back because, quick break. I hope you're enjoying this information. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. Take your time to go back over verse 15. Be right back. Okie dokie. Don't touch that dial. We have just returned. Alright, this time I'm not going to forget to refill this essential oil burner, because after about an hour and a half the oil gets all scentless. So we're going to re-up on some Tahitian vanilla, mainly because I've run out of my cinnamon. I gotta get some more of that. Okay, back at it with the white vans. All my life, I pray for someone like you. All right, what I miss? Straight Panther says, if you've cleaned and eaten clams, then it makes sense. Plus the painting of Venus rising from the sea and foam on a clam. Anna Molly says, I haven't recovered from the Priapus talk yesterday. Now we're on to the clam talk. Oh boy. Oh boy. Mike's Art says, in the Gnostic Gospel of St. Thomas, the author referred to those who chose this path as the elect. Perfect We Lid. Peace. Perfect We Lid says, if this material is hard to grasp, does it mean it's not the path for me? If that's what you want it to mean. But it can mean other things as well. For example, when you first started to learn how to read, of course it was difficult to grasp until you started to learn the fundamentals of reading. Then you were able to read fluently, effortlessly, and easily. I'm sure at some point it was difficult for you to chew hard food, but once you developed the necessary equipment to chew that hard food, it became so easy that you don't even consider it, you just do it. There will come a point in time where this material will be very difficult, but then there's going to be a point in time where this material will be extremely easy. You just got to get yourself a couple of teeth. Or you can get your mom to cut it up in little bitty pieces. But if you give up and say that it's not for you, then it's not for you. See how that works? It's not in your capability. It's in your decision to continue. If you decide it's not for you, then it's not for you. But if you decide that it is for you, you will figure out the necessary apparatus to consume and properly digest this content. We the best. We the best. All right, let me know if that clears it up for you. All right, I'm back, so let's keep going. Let's keep going. We are on verse 16. Framestar Film says, we spoke about this. The more your awareness grows, the more detached you become. Meaning all you knew to be true was just someone else's frame. Why, if I don't know? Well, just to control you silly ass into thinking someone else's point of view was right. That's it. Cosmic Chlorophyll says, I'm understanding the mystical Qabalah more than Ladder of Lights at the moment. Right on. Right on. I never would have said that before this year. Alligator says, it ain't easy. It's Greasy. Keep pushing, bro. This material used to look like Chinese to us all once upon a time. Absolutely. Right? And see, we wouldn't be reading this. Hell, you might not be reading this book if I gave up the first time. Because when I got this book in 2015, I didn't understand a word. But I highlighted what I did understand. This ain't my first time reading this. I read this book maybe 5 times now. And each time I understand it better and better and better because my teeth are getting stronger. My baby teeth done fell out, right? I got a full grill that is ready to masticate any occult material, right? So when you decide that it's time to give up, you will. But if you decide that this is for you, it's always been for you. And really you have no choice but to understand this material in due time. Chapter 17, verse 16. Is this chapter 17? Yep, chapter 17, verse 16. These are subtle ways of mind working and may appear foolishness to those unaccustomed to the initiate's method of using his mind. But the psychoanalyst understands them. That must be a UK thing to say psychoanalyst. The psychoanalyst understands them and appreciates them at their true significance, and so likewise does the poet when he constructs his cloud-capped towers of imagery. 17. The Yetziradic text stresses the idea of faith, the faith that rests on understanding, whose parent is Bina. This is the only place where faith may rightly rest. A cynic defined faith as the power of believing what you know isn't true. That's what a cynic said. And this appears to be a fairly accurate definition for the manifestations of faith as they appear in many uninstructed minds, the fruit of the discipline of sects unenlightened by mystical consciousness. But check this out. That was the uninitiated definition. Look what she says here. But in the light of that consciousness, we may define faith as the conscious result of superconscious experience, which has not been translated into terms of brain consciousness, and of which, therefore, the normal personality is not directly aware, though it nevertheless feels, possibly with great intensity, the effects, and its emotional reactions are fundamentally and permanently modified thereby. If you have this physical book and you've been taking notes and highlighting, first of all, I highly suggest highlighting what I've highlighted already, because I highlighted this stuff for a reason. So if you're somebody new and you got this physical book and you're really trying to grasp it, go ahead and highlight what you see that I've highlighted. But honestly, verse 17, that line right there, it would do good to highlight that, because I'm going to bet you didn't think of faith in that way. You probably thought of faith in the first way. Shall I reread it? Yes. So she said here, the Yetziradic text stresses the idea of faith, the faith that rests on understanding, whose parent is Bina. This is the only place where faith may rightly rest, on Bina. A cynic defined faith, right? Here's the muggle definition. Here's the smooth brain definition of faith. A cynic defined faith as the power of believing what you know isn't true. And this appears to be a fairly accurate definition for the manifestations of faith as they appear in many uninstructed minds, the fruit of the discipline of sects unenlightened by mystical consciousness, right? So that's your basic person's definition of faith. Check this out. But in the light of that consciousness, right, being blessed with the light, here's what we define faith as. We may define faith as the conscious result. We talking about Magick now. The conscious result. Not no guessing, hoping, wishing, praying, fingers crossed. The conscious result of super conscious experience. What does super mean? We could even say meta, above and beyond. The conscious result of super conscious experience, not guessing, experience. The conscious result of super conscious experience, which has not been translated into terms of brain consciousness, and of which, therefore, the normal personality is not directly aware, though it nevertheless feels, possibly with great intensity, The effects and its emotional reactions are fundamentally and permanently modified thereby. When you have faith blessed by consciousness, she said the effects and the emotional reactions are fundamentally and permanently modified. So it's not guesswork, and it's not crossing your fingers and saying, oh, I hope that I'm able to pay my gas bill this month. No, no, no. When we deal with faith, we know that what we need is on the way, because we have dealt with something so powerful, we cannot fail. I don't care what my eyes see, what my ears hear. I don't care what somebody appears to be doing. My faith in what I'm working with is much stronger than my 5 sense reality. Now, a muggle and a smooth brain might label me as crazy or whatnot, but I guarantee you, I'm working with something that they probably aren't going to be able to touch in this lifetime. And that something that I'm working with has fundamentally and permanently modified me to the point that I don't question my future. I don't guess and hope and wish. I may not know exactly what's going to happen, like what she just said in the previous sentence, but I know what direction this stuff is going into. You get what I'm saying here? Please highlight that. Think about that on your own time. Meditate on that. Don't just listen to this stuff and go home or go to sleep. Like, think about this information. Like, this is high quality occult information. That's what I'm trying to say here. This ain't no light reading. This is not Dr. Seuss. But hey, that's for you to decide. Maybe it is Dr. Seuss to you. Mo B says, I love this knowledge, and listen, I love this knowledge and I love this group. So you and me are like partners in rhyme. And what's the new smell? You gotta let me know what's the new candle concoction, because I hate to say it, I'm kind of getting bored with my scents. I need something new. Society Eject says, just reminded me of the question you asked about dropping the apple. Yes, yes. Higher understanding, peace, peace. Framestar Film says, know it, execute it. Hecate Goddess says, woo! Ric Flair style. Moby says, anything pumpkin right now. Well, I was trying to avoid the white girl vibe, but I guess I might have to dip into the pumpkin. I think I still have some pumpkin latte scented oil in the living room somewhere. Society Eject says, my new saying, uninstructed minds. Yeah, uninstructed minds. Yeah, the smooth brains is a little mean. A little mean. I saw somebody that's in the group, they were feeling kind of down, and they referred to themselves as a smooth brain, and I'm like, no, don't do that. I think I have to change my words. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. You of all people are not a smooth brain, honey. You are a galactic divine feminine on your path to goddesshood. Don't you ever call yourself that. I'm going to say uninstructed minds from now on. Aaron Sutherland says, are you doing a book reading for Cosmic Doctrine? Maybe someday. But I think that MC Maestro has convinced me to do the next book read. It made sense. And I know it was, hell, I had faith, right? I went to go to Amazon to buy it. There was one copy left for $25. All the other copies were like $200 and $300. Man. Al Dickey says, is anybody out here listening to me? In the Bobby Hemmick voice. I've still yet to find that video. I'm gonna have to like clip that and post it. Well, Bobby had to ask the audience, are any of y'all actually listening to me right now? It's a bad feeling to prepare a whole lecture and then you get the vibe that nobody's paying attention. That sucks, man. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep going. You wrinkly brains. You wrinkled brains. Number 18. In the light of this definition, we can see how the roots of faith may indeed rest in Bina, understanding, the synthetic principle of consciousness. For there is a form aspect to consciousness as well as to substance, and that aspect we shall consider in detail when we come to the study of Had, the basal Sephiroth of the Bina, pillar of severity. Thus we see yet again how the Sephiroth link up among themselves and the illumination that comes from observing their interrelationships. Framestar Film says Cosmic Doctrine would have to be a page a week. Man, listen. Wrinkly raisin brains. Like it sounds like an insult, but it's not. Wrinkled raisin brain. Number 19. The statement that the roots of Bina are in Amen, remember this was mentioned on the first page of the chapter, the roots of Bina are in Amen refers to Kether, for one of the titles of Kether is Amen. This clearly declares that although Hakma emanates from Bina, we must not pause there when seeking origins, but move back to the fount of all as it rises from the unmanifest behind the veils of negative existence. This concept is brought out very clearly by the Yetziratic text of Chesed, wherein it says, speaking of spiritual forces, they emanate one from another by virtue of the primordial emanation, the highest crown of Kether. And basically what it's saying here is, yes, each of the Sephiroth come out of each other, but don't get it twisted. They all come out of Kether, right? They all come out of Kether. What you're seeing with all the different Sephiroth are different states of Kether, right? So in one state, you got a countertop with a couple of eggs, some oil, a bowl, some flour, some sugar, right? In another state, all those ingredients are mixed together in the bowl as a uniform substance. In another state, it's poured into a little metal pan and put into the oven. In another state, it is completely heated up and it's risen, right? In another state, it's taken out of that pot and slathered with delicious creamy frosting. And in another state, it's sliced up, chewed up. In another state, it is fully digested and pushed out of some other form, right? But the whole thing is a cake. But it existed in different states. Now that's somewhat of a shabby example. But what I'm showing here is that at what point did it become a cake and what point did it stop becoming a cake? Likewise, all the Sephiroth come from Kether, and Kether comes from the unmanifest. So regardless if the cake is sliced up into squares or triangles, regardless if you put frosting on it or not, regardless if it's chocolate, strawberry, vanilla, orange, lemon meringue, regardless of what type it is, they all originated from the basic elements. So yeah, sure, the slices came from the oven and the oven came from the mixture in the bowl, but all that came from its original root, which was out of a mama chicken, mama hen, and a couple of grains in the earth, activated by fire. They emanate one from another by virtue of the primordial emanation, the highest crown, Kether. Number 20. We must not be misled or confused in this respect by the fact that the Yetziratic text of Geburah declares that Bina, understanding, emanates from the primordial depths of Hakma, wisdom. Bina is in Kether as well as Hakma, but after another manner. in pure being, formless and partless though it is, are the possibilities of both force and form. Just like within the egg is the possibility of a cake, and within the egg is the possibility of quiche, and within the egg is the possibility of eggnog, and within the egg is the possibility of an omelet, right? And we've heard about this from the yoga texts. They talk about within the clay is the potential of a pot. Within the clay is the potential of a vase, right? Within the tree is the potential of an entire neighborhood. Within the tree is the potential of an entire book. That's Kether. Kether is undifferentiated. Kether is forever in a state of becoming. Hecate says, I recognize when I read it with you last year, I didn't understand, but now I am getting it. Awesome possum. Framestar Film says, Polly, put the Kether on. Put the Kether on. That's a song, right? That's like a nursery rhyme. Anna Molly says, you always make me hungry at some point talking about cake and Popeye's chicken sandwiches. Oh my God. Listen, I have to do my part in being Hakma and stimulate. I have to. I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't stimulating. Mike Sart says endless potential. Absolutely. Kether is forever in a state of becoming. Kevin Wise, peace, peace, peace. Thank you for being a part of the show. Since like forever. Al Dickey says, good explanation, my brother. Thank you, thank you. That was one of those times where I wasn't sure if it was coming out clear. But glad to hear that it was. All right, let's keep going. Again, we must not be misled or confused in this respect by the fact that the Yetziratic text of Gibra declares that Bina, understanding, emanates from the primordial depths of Hakma, wisdom. Bina is in Kether as well as in Hakma. Maybe a visual can help. Check this out. Bina is in Hakma as well as in Kether. Right? As a matter of fact, Malkuth is in Yesod and Hod and Netzach. Yesod is within Hod and Netzach. Hod is in Netzach, Tifereth, Giburach, etc., etc. Right? So within Kether is the potential for all these. Within Hakma is the potential for all these. Within Bina is the potential for all these. You get what I'm saying here? Wrapped up in the Sephirah is the potentiality for the next. That's why there's a relationship from here to here. That's why there's a relationship from here to here. That's why there's a relationship from any of the upper, from all the Sephirah, from one to another. You get what I'm saying? There's a relationship between Hod and Netzach and Hod and Chesed, because within Chesed is everything that's after it. We're dealing with relationships here. So within Malkuth is the influence of all the other Sephirah. And what happens in one happens in all, because they're all connected. This is a system. This is a complete and perfect unit. No part of this is separate. So to understand one, you must understand the others. And the more that you know about each one, the better you see the whole picture. And you'll see that this is all one thing. Trav, how was this information useful to me? I'm trying to get money. I'm trying to get bitches. Well, if you understand the underlying essence of those things that you desire, you can start to locate where in your mind and in your life there are imbalances and where you have resources that can be used to make your life more efficient. This is literally an instruction manual for reality. Now, just like any other course, it may take some time to grasp it, but who the hell said that you're going to get this after a week? It took me years and I'm still trying to grasp it. But once you get started on the process, things gradually begin to fall into place for you. Gerald Sombright says, a matter of states. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Which book are you reading, Yamaika? Bina is in Kether as well as Hakma, but after another manner. In pure being, formless and partless though it is, are the possibilities of both force and form. For where there is a positive pole, there is necessarily the correlative aspect of the negative pole. Kether is forever in a state of becoming. In fact, I have been told by a Jewish Kabbalist that the real translation of Ehyeh, the god name of Kether, is I will be, not I am. I will be. This constant becoming cannot remain static. It must overflow into activity, and that activity cannot forever remain uncorrelated within itself. It must organize. Some manner of adjustment of interlocking stresses must be arrived at. Thus, we have the potentiality of both Hakma and Bina implicit in Kether. For be it said yet again that the holy Sephiroth are not things, but states, and that all manifested things exist in one or another of these states. Let me read that again. The holy Sephiroth are not things, but states, and that all manifested things exist in one or another of these states. What exists in one or another of these states? All manifested things. That's what makes it so important to understand Qabalah. Because just like I described the process of that cake, whether it's the raw ingredients, whether it's the state of being mixed together, whether it's just been placed in the oven, whether it's been cooked, whether it's been slathered with delicious frosting, all those are different states, right? And the things that you want in your life are currently at one of those stages. And it helps to understand what stage it's in so you can know what to do. You're not going to be happy if you try to slather on delicious frosting while you got the eggs and the powder mixed up in a bowl. That's not when you put on the frosting. But if you're trying to put on the frosting at that state, it's not a cake. At least not the type of cake that you're looking for. Likewise, you wouldn't come out with a happy product if you put eggs in the oven and the box of cake batter, cake mix in the oven, right? Knowing what state you're working with allows you to know what type of action and thought process to take. So if you just cross your fingers and say, oh, I want to be a millionaire by next week, right? And then get upset because it didn't happen, you're not understanding what stage of the recipe you're on. You didn't even buy the eggs yet, but get mad because the cake didn't come out. The holy Sephiroth are not things, but states, and that all manifested things exist in one or another of these states and contain an admixture of these factors in their makeup, so that the whole of the manifested universe can be sorted out into its appropriate pigeonholes in our minds when the glyph of the tree is established there. Indeed, when once that glyph is clearly formulated and well established, the mind uses it automatically, systematically. And the complex phenomena of objective existence sort themselves out in our understanding. It is for this reason that the student of occultism who is working in an initiatory school is made to learn the principal correspondences of the 10 holy Sephiroth by heart, instead of being allowed to depend on tables of reference. That's what you guys should be doing. You should know the Sephiroth by heart by now. We're deep into, like, what, are we halfway into the book now? Well, we're pretty dang close. You should know the 10 spheres by heart. At least have at least know the names and the position, right? At least know the colors, know something. It's not going to cut it to keep looking at the paper because you're going to have to take this stuff inside. You can't, it's not going to be the best meditation for you to keep opening your eyes and looking at a picture. Aaron Sutherland says frames within frames. I like that. Sounds matrixy. Hikate says, thank you, Travis. I needed that. You're very welcome. Anytime, every time. It's true. It's true. Indeed, when once that glyph is clearly formulated and well established, the mind uses it automatically, systematically. And the complex phenomena of objective existence sort themselves out in our understanding. Do you see now? Just by learning about the process of the tree allows you to automatically begin to sort reality out. Well, how, Trav? It doesn't make sense. You telling me that it just magically happens? Well, for you to ask me that question means that you're not very acquainted with how the unconscious mind works. The unconscious mind does not stop. The unconscious mind is constantly processing patterns. Constantly processing patterns. So if you feed your unconscious mind patterns to process, it's going to automatically adapt them, especially if these patterns work. Right? Especially if these patterns work. So for example, if you teach your conscious mind 1 + 1 = 2, right, and it gets absorbed into the unconscious, you're not going to have to think about it anymore. You're going to see 1 and another 1, and you're going to know that it's 2. Likewise, if you begin to study the algorithm of the tree of life and the Sephirah, and you truly start to understand how the process works, your unconscious mind is going to absorb that algorithm. It's going to absorb that processing pattern. And once you start to observe things with your senses, they're going to go into that pattern and the process just starts, right? Kabbalistic magic is not something you sit around and do. It's automatic once you learn it. Am I making sense here? Am I making sense here? So it's not magic. We're talking about how the unconscious mind works. It's called beliefs, right? Beliefs are not thoughts that you hold on to. Beliefs are confirmations. Do you hear what I'm saying? A belief is a confirmation. So if I know that I get myself a little action figure and I program it to remind me of a certain thing, I'm not pretending and hoping that this is going to work. I know it works because I've done it already with great success. I've done it repeatedly. So I know automatically, systematically, when I buy another one, it's got a job. Oops, I showed it for too long. It's got a job that I've assigned it to do. That's called a belief. I don't cross my fingers and, oh, I believe it's going to work. No, it's a confirmation because I have proof. Likewise, when you begin to study the patterns of Kabbalistic magic or any system, your unconscious mind is looking for proof. And once you get that proof locked in, it is now a belief, a high-level belief that cannot be shaken by what somebody says. You got confirmation. So learn the Sephirah by heart. Learn their names, learn their colors, all that good stuff. All right, that's my TED Talks. We're done. Read the rest of the chapter yourself. I'm out. Poison ivy, poison ivy. She crazy as a daisy. Bum, bum, bum. She come on like a rose. Bum, bum, bum. And everybody knows. Bum, bum, bum. You can look, but you better not touch. Poison ivy. poison ivy. Rack 'em, rack bar. All right, back to work. So, the mind uses it automatically, and the complex phenomena of objective existence sort themselves out in our understanding. Look, the hard stuff is done by your unconscious mind, not by your conscious mind. You can sit there and try to think of a solution all day long, but that's not where the answer comes from. It comes from the unconscious mind. But you've got to allow channels for that answer to come through. It is for this reason that the student of occultism who is working in an initiatory school is made to learn the principal correspondences of the 10 holy Sephiroth off by heart, instead of being allowed to depend upon tables of reference. It has often been objected that this is an intolerable waste of time and energy, and that reference to the tables of correspondences, such as Crowley's 777, is quite as good. But experience proves that this is not the case, and that the esotericist who sets himself to this discipline and rehearses them daily, as the Catholic tells his rosary, and is amply repaid by the subsequent illumination he receives, as his mind automatically sorts out the innumerable changes and chances of mundane life onto the tree, thus revealing their spiritual significance. The esotericist who sets himself up to this discipline and rehearses them daily is amply repaid by the subsequent illumination he receives, as his mind automatically, systematically sorts out the innumerable changes and chances of mundane life onto the tree, thus revealing their spiritual significance. What did they say? Oh, this ain't a hobby, this is a lifestyle. Well, if this is a lifestyle, that means you need to be practicing every day, right? And not for social media, but so that you can get these correspondences locked in, so that everywhere you look around your house and your life and your job or with your friends, you're going to see correspondences to different Sephiroth, the colors, the animals, right? You're going to notice the relationships and how they connect with the tree. And in doing so, you're going to start to notice patterns. Rack 'em, rack bar. Rack 'em, rack bar. Hello! Let me pull on your book a little while. I heard about that book you got. It must always be borne in mind that the use of the Tree of Life is not merely an intellectual exercise. It is a creative art, and the literal meaning of the words. And faculties have to be developed in the mind, even as manual skill is acquired by sculptor or musician. Uh-oh, I hear some more Matrix talk. Framestar says, you're gonna have to lose your sweet mind in order to come to your senses. Amen. I'm gonna crack a cold one to that. MC Maestro says, Willie saw Crowley making some elixir on Magnolia Street. But at 144 Magnolia Street, I saw through the window of that house. They was in white robes. They was in white robes. Mike Sart says that soda sounded crisp. Oh yeah. Listen, I've been practicing my soda pops. They was in white robes. But at 144 Magnolia Street. Look, I bet there's a metaphysical significance to 144 Magnolia Street. Somebody put that in the gematria calculator. Man, I'll never forget. Somebody immediately jumped to do the gematria of the Will Smith Chris Rock slap. Like, come on now, y'all taking this too far. But I digress. Let's stay focused. Let's stay focused. 144 Magnolia Street. I saw through the window of that house. House represented by the Hebrew letter Beth. I'm pretty sure that deals with Bina, does it not? Those are white robes. She was your woman and she didn't even say. You can look, but you better not touch. Look, man, we got to the metaphysical breakdown of Rackham Willie. He came with a message, man. I'm telling you, that was a highly advanced being with encoded, encrusted information from the future. Rackbar. If the flying spaghetti monster can have a religion, then Rackham Willie can have a religion. All right, let's stay focused. Important line here. Look now, look. It must always be borne in mind that the use of the tree of life is not merely an intellectual exercise. This is not no armchair occultist type deal. You're not going to sit here and think your way into enlightenment. You're going to have to take the information that you absorb with your conscious mind, and like I said, allow the patterns and the algorithms to penetrate the unconscious mind. It works automatically, systematically. She said it's a creative art in the literal meaning of the words. And faculties have to be developed in the mind, even as manual skill is acquired by sculptor or musician. Right? This is something that you do, not something that you sit down and read all day. This is something that you do. Wasn't no fun. That's my favorite part of the video. Number 21. I wonder what Dion Fortune would think of all of the little idiosyncrasies that we're mixing here with her work. Rackham Willie and American country buffet, and I wonder how she'd feel about that. I asked my brother John, I said, John, how did that feel to you? He said, James, wasn't no fun. They did him like a dog. Holy cow. Does anybody here not know what I'm talking about with this Rackham Willie stuff? Because if you don't know, you got to see the video. Framestar Film says, a lady with roses. Smell the glove. Put on the glasses. Just put on the glasses. Number 21. Number 21. The Yetzeretic text specifically refers to Bina as the sanctifying intelligence. Sanctification conveys the idea of that which is holy. The Virgin Mary is held to be intimately associated with Bina, the Great Mother. And from this attribution, the mind is led on to the idea of that which brings forth the all, but retains its virginity. By the way, it related but slightly unrelated. Somebody tell me who is Ganesh's mother? Who is Ganesh's mother? Rackbar. Rackbar. Yellow. All so somebody says Parvati. Now, what's another name for Parvati? Okay, so listen, here's what I'm getting at, y'all. There's only three. There's only three. And that would be Durga, Lakshmi, and Saraswati. So who is Parvati? I'll just jump to conclusion here. So long story short, Mary Magdalene, which is the consort of Christ, would be related to Lakshmi. So Mother Mary would be related to Durga. Let me see, Maestro says Parvati is calm Durga. Thank you. So, who would Ganesh connect with, right? Basically what I'm saying is, let's do what Dion Fortune is actually teaching us to do, connecting these dots by understanding the essence. You gotta look past the surface level. Yes, we got an elephant-headed god, and we got a woman riding on a lion. The surface is gonna look different, but understand the function and the essence of these deities. That's what's gonna lead you to understanding the power behind them. Mother Mary is Durga. Mary Magdalene is Lakshmi. Gerald Sombright says Ganesh would connect with Chesed. This is valuable, y'all, because this is how you start to use the tree. You're not bound and locked into one system, but you understand that there's an underlying framework. Remember, context versus content. All the shit I've been saying for a very long time should start to make sense now. Focus on the context, not the content. You don't have to stay worshiping an elephant-headed man. Understand his essence, right? You're not bound to a woman in the clouds with praying hands. Understand her essence, because it's not even a person up there. She represents an algorithm, movement of energy. All right, let's keep going. Allah Akbar. So, once again, now, what you said here is in the Yetzeretic text specifically refers to Bina as the sanctifying intelligence. Sanctification conveys the idea of that which is holy. The Virgin Mary is held to be intimately associated with Bina, the Great Mother. And from this attribution, by the way, Bina is Durga. Mother Mary is Durga. Isis is Durga. I'm not saying that the Hindu goddesses are superior. What I'm saying is there's a connection between all these different archetypes. Rakbar. The Virgin Mary is held to be intimately associated with Bina. And we're about to learn about the whole virginity and the virgin concept. All right. So, the Virgin Mary is held to be intimately associated with Bina, the Great Mother. And from this attribution, the mind is led on to the idea of that which brings forth the all, but retains its virginity. Framestar, you had a really good quote about this, right? About the light that's able to penetrate the water, or something of that nature. I don't remember the exact quote you said. But that which brings forth the all, but retains its virginity. In other words, whose creativeness does not involve it in the life of its creation. Whose creativeness does not involve it in the life of its creation, but which remains apart and behind as the basis of manifestation, the root substance whence matter arises. In other words, Prakriti, right? Prakriti has created everything, all of us. We are all Prakriti's children. Yet, Prakriti is a virgin because she's not affected by her children whatsoever. For all intents and purposes, we don't even exist. Her children never happened because she remains a virgin, untainted, pure, holy. But from our perspective, we are the children inside the womb of Prakriti. A virgin and a whore at the same time. It sounds paradoxical, but the difference is the angle from which you're looking at it from. Framestar Film says, yes, the light penetrates the water without breaking its surface. So in a way, we're her children, but in a different dimension. What's the movie? Doctor Strange, right? And the vision. In a different dimension, she's got these kids. But in her dimension, she don't have them kids. So she's trying to hop dimensions to get to them kids. Likewise, we don't exist. What does the Kabbalion say? We live, move, and have our being in the mind of the all. Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange. Framestar Film says, Hyman. Devin Birdie says, my ego won't accept that. As it is not supposed to. Society Eject says, I've been sleeping with Durga mantra and been dreaming about fire, astral raw emotion, energy, solar plexus, death, transformation. Rack bar. Dr. Strange. Dr. Strange on Magnolia Street. So again, the virginity, right? That which brings forth the all but retains its virginity. In other words, whose creativeness does not involve it in the life of its creation. And by the way, this should also bring to mind Sophia and the demiurge, right? Right? The virgin Sophia and her bastard child, the demiurge. These are not people in space. The demiurge is Prakriti. Sophia is Purusha. Depending on what culture you go to, the gender switches from male to female, male to female. Petty Midnight Gospel says, I feel so giggly right now. Rack bar. I wonder if Travis is doing this on purpose. And for what reason? Bina. For although matter is held to have its roots in Bina, yet matter as we know it is of a very different order of being to the supernal Sephirah in which its essence lies. Bina, the primordial formative influence, the parent of all form, is behind and beyond manifesting substance. In other words, is ever virgin. It is this formative influence underlying all form building, this tendency for curving lines of force to correlate and achieve stability, which is Bina. Virgin Mary, Mother Mary, never had the kids. How else do you think Kali is going to be able to dance and break this shit all down? How else do you think Vishnu is going to wake up from a dream and all this is going to burn up in flames? Because it doesn't exist in the first place. This is a dream of Shiva. This is a dream of Kali. This is a dream of Virgin Mary. We're a dream baby. We weren't actually born and she wasn't actually pregnant. But she's fantasizing. What if I had a baby? I would name him Jesus. Ooh, and an angel can come down and impregnate me so I don't actually have to sleep with some sweaty ass man. And I'll be assisted by God himself. What a wonderful life that would be. Prakriti. When you put all these different stories together, you get the true story, the big story. Rack 'em rack. Allah, Allah rack bar. Allah. He stuffed the microphone in his mouth and wiped it on his shirt. 22. These two basal Sephiroth of the supernal triad are especially referred to. These two basal Sephiroth of the supernal triad are especially referred to as the father and mother, Abba and Amma, and their magical images are those of the bearded male and the matron, thus representing not the sex attraction of Netzach and Yesod, who are presented as maiden and youth. Look at what she said there. She said Netzach and Yesod, not Netzach and Hod, right? Because Netzach is the fertile woman, right? Ready to go. Yesod is the strong, erect male. Hod is the androgyne. So look what she said here. Father and mother, that is Hakma and Bina, Abba and Amma, and their magical image are those of the bearded male and the matron, thus representing not the sex attraction of Netzach and Yesod, who are represented as maiden and youth, but the mature beings who have mated and reproduced. See, Hakma and Bina, they've been there, done that. They are the oldest forces in this universe. Next to Kether, of course. But see, Yesod and Netzach, they're fresh, they're young, they're ready to go, right? Look at these young folks. They can't keep their hands off themselves. That energy of all this wild desire for sex, that's Yesod and Netzach. But once you start getting older and you start realizing, man, I ain't got time to be running around here with these folks. There's more important things in life than simply chasing tail. Now you're getting closer to the aspect of Abba and Amma, Hakma and Bina. We must always distinguish between magnetic sex attraction and reproduction. They are by no means one and the same thing, nor are they even different levels or aspects of the same thing. Herein is an important occult truth which we will consider in detail in due course. Devin Birdie says this is mind and energy talk. Exactly. 23. Hakma and Bina, then, represent essential maleness and femaleness in their creative aspects. They are not phallic images as such, but in them is the root of all life force. We shall never understand the deeper aspects of esotericism unless we realize what phallicism really means. It most emphatically does not mean the orgies in the temples of Aphrodite that disgraced the decadence of the pagan faiths of the ancients and brought about their downfall. It means that everything rests upon the principle of the stimulation of the inert yet all potential by the dynamic principle which derives its energy direct from the source of all energy. In this concept lies tremendous keys of knowledge. It is one of the most important points of the mysteries. It is obvious that sex represents one aspect of this factor. It is equally obvious that there are many other applications of which are not sexual. We must not allow any preconceived concepts of what constitutes sex or a conventional attitude towards this great and vital subject to frighten us away from the great principle of the stimulation or fecundation of the inert all potential by the active potential or the active principle. Whosoever is thus inhibited is unfit for the mysteries, over whose portal was written the words, "Know thyself." She said a mouthful right there. I didn't even bother to highlight that because I wasn't ready for it at the time. And a big part of what she's saying here is, yo, like, a lot of this does deal with sexuality. But if your mind can only comprehend the sexual aspect, if your mind can only grasp that, what does she say? She said, whosoever is thus inhibited is unfit for the mysteries. Yes, there's a sexual aspect to it. We can't deny that. But she says that it's equally obvious that there are many other applications of it which are not sexual. And see, this has to do with the evolution of the person. This has to do with the maturity of the person. I remember talking about astral projection, and like the first and primary thing everybody in the Facebook group wanted to do was link up and try to have astral sex. Like that's where it went. Nobody was talking about trying to discover this or unlock that. Everybody's like, oh, let's hook up in the astral and try to do this astral sex. Like, and hell, I check back from time to time, and some people still stuck there. Boy, I tell you. Boy, I tell you. MC Marshall says, yeah, Trav, I get all this Qabalah stuff, but what about the sex part? Right. That's what I'm saying. Matthew Watson, peace, brother, peace. I'm not saying you can't have fun. Like, sure, do what you want to do. That's cool. But understand, that's only a tiny part of this whole thing. 24. Such knowledge does not lead to impurity, for impurity implies a loss of control that permits forces to override the bounds that nature has set for them. Whoso has not control of his own instincts and passions is no more fitted for the mysteries than he who inhibits and disassociates them. Now, how many people just got ruled out? Do you know how important it is as a prerequisite to the mysteries here? See, people are like, well, Trev, why don't you just share all the books? Knowledge is free. Why don't you just tell us what? It's not that I'm trying to gatekeep. Look at what she said. Whoso has not control of his own instincts and passions is no more fitted for the mysteries than he who inhibits and dissociates them. See, some of this information can hurt you more than it can help you if you don't have self-control. It's some people that get mad and upset, and the first thing they want to do is get a little jar and put somebody's name in it and put it in the freezer, or piss in it with some nails and some cayenne pepper, or whatever the hell y'all out here doing. Instead, like, that's what you want. You want to jump to attacking somebody with your little magic instead of addressing the inner trigger as to why you're upset, right? Instead of looking in the mirror, looking at yourself and saying, you know what about this has upset me? And what can I adjust? What can I do for myself so that this doesn't happen again? How to make myself uninsultable instead of being sensitive and forcing everyone around me to walk on eggshells? Do you get what I'm saying here? MC Marshall says, when we start getting into Tantra, Trav, we wasting time on Jnana Yoga and the mantras. Man, listen. I don't know if I want to take that to the general public. MC Marshall says, that's like the version of the Green Lantern that is controlled by the ring instead of directing it. That's a scary sight. Gerald Songbright says, the Orange Lantern. And in a way, that's part of what this represents to me, right? There is that balance must be maintained at all times. Do you think at any point this Doctor Strange version will be able to relax and be like, yeah, I got this symbiote under control? At any point, do you think he's ready to sit down and chill and just give up? No. This reminds me to be constantly vigilant. Constantly vigilant. I don't care how many books I read and how much I learn and how far I think I've gone. Maintain your frame. Be ever vigilant. Exert your influence. Always be leading. All the years of me studying, the mantra that King Payman elucidated from me still rings true. When you meet the Georgia Bulldogs, you're gonna feel the bulldog bite. Stray Panther says Orange Lantern is powered by greed and avarice. And what's the vice of Bina? Who is listening? What's the vice of Bina? We know that the virtue is silence. So what's the vice of this particular Sephirah? You're gonna feel the bulldog bite. How do you like me right now? Rack 'em, rack bar. Rack 'em, rack bar. Allah, Allah, rack bar. Avarice is the vice. So it's only fitting that you mention that particular aspect of the Green Lantern. Okay, so such knowledge does not lead to impurity, for impurity implies a loss of control that permits forces to override the bounds that nature has set of them. Whoso has not control of his own instincts and passions is no more fitted for the mysteries than he who inhibits and dissociates them. This is why we're doing shadow work. To learn to get control of our instincts and passions, and to learn to not disassociate from our instincts and passions. Because disassociation from yourself is just as bad as being... Because look, if you're disassociating from the parts of yourself that you're afraid of, guess what's happening? They still rule and control you. You're just hiding from them. But up here, when you have no control, you're submitting to them. You're not fighting back. In both cases, you're not fighting back. In both cases, you're submitting to your lower self, to your animal self. You're submitting to the part of you that is matter. This is the upside down star, the pentagram, with the unicorn horn pointing downward, with the four elements ruling over your spirit. Of course, you're not fit for the mysteries, because you yourself are an elemental. You yourself are behaving as if you're an animal. Let it be clearly realized, however, that the mysteries do not teach asceticism or celibacy as a requirement of achievement. That's for the semen retention dudes out there, right? She says, let it be clearly realized, however, that the mysteries do not teach asceticism or celibacy as a requirement of achievement, because they do not regard spirit and matter as an unreconcilable pair of antinomies, but rather as different levels of the same thing. Check this out. I had to highlight this. Purity does not consist in emasculation, but in keeping the different forces to their proper levels and in their proper places, and not allowing one to invade the other. It teaches that frigidity and impotence are just as much imperfections, and therefore pathologies of sex, as is uncontrolled lust that destroys its object and debases itself. So it ain't semen retention that's going to do it for you. If you're going to do semen retention, do it for other purposes, but not for enlightenment, not for evolution. Get off, man. That's what the hell you got them parts for. But don't let it control you. And don't sit here and say, oh, if I just deny myself, I'm going to... No. I look at the people who are telling you to do that and take a look at their lives. So you might not see behind the scenes. For all the semen retention. Look, yes, it has its benefits. Do it for those benefits, though. Don't do it because you think it's going to give you enlightenment. Do it because, it can make you a little bit more magnetic towards the opposite sex. It can increase your focus, right? It does have some health benefits, for sure. But you know what else has health benefits? blowing some of that steam. That's smoke them if you got them, right? I remember playing. You guys remember Street Fighter 2, the original one, and you got that character Blanca, right? And if you keep tapping down and punch or whatever, he'll sit there and do that spam electric, zzz, 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 zzz. And if you touch him in any kind of way, you're gonna get electrocuted. And I remember playing that game against some dude, and I kept trying to attack him, and he just electrocuted me till I died. I'm like, man, you're cheating. And he's like, no, I'm not cheating. They wouldn't have put it on the game if it was cheating. And I'm like, you asshole, but at the same time, you're right. And then I remember when Halo came out, Halo 2, and they had those sticky grenades. And man, they called me Ralph Nader because I would be launching the grenades and sticking them to people left and right, left and right. You're cheating. You keep throwing those grenades. I mean, hell, it's not cheating. They put it in the game. Likewise, if you got it, it's meant to be used. Because if you don't use it, what do you think's gonna happen? Now, your favorite YouTuber is probably not gonna tell you that. They're gonna tell you that semen retention is gonna make you Super Saiyan. All I'm saying is, know yourself and be responsible. Prakriti. Straight Panther says, I hate it when people would with Chun-Li's kicks and E-Honda slaps. Right. Hey, they put it in the game. Ooh, 11-11. I missed it. Caesar said, you just reminded me to have some sexual fun tonight with that XXX and smoke this joint I had next to me. Hey, man. Do what you do. But in moderation and with purpose. With purpose, with intention. With intention. Not just because it feels good. But all things, if you call yourself a magus or a magician or any kind of cute, cool, spooky, mystical word, it must be done with intention, with purpose, not just because. I'm not saying do it just because. I'm saying don't deny yourself because of what somebody told you on the internet, who you don't know and who doesn't know you. But that last comment you made, I don't know about all that. $25. Every relationship of manifested existence involves the Bina and Hakma principles. Every relationship of manifested existence involves the Bina and Hakma principles. And because sex is such a perfect representation of these, it was used as such by the ancients, who were not troubled by our timidities of the subject. She's talking about the Vedics. She's talking about the Tantras, right? Miss Tot Washuti wasn't afraid of sex. Swami Satchisangananda, don't get it twisted now. They work in the science over there in the Himalayas. They're not doing what you're doing, probably. But sex in itself is not an evil thing. It's all about the intention. It's all about the intention. But sex is such a perfect representation of these, it was used as such by the ancients, who were not troubled by our timidities on the subject, and took their metaphors from the subject of reproduction as freely as we take ours from the Bible. For to them, reproduction was a sacred process, and they referred to it not with ribaldry, but with reverence. Sex was a sacred process. If we want to understand them, we must approach their teaching on the subject of the life source and life force in the same spirit in which they approached it. And no one whose eyes are not blinded by prejudice who does not stand in the shadow thrown by his own unsolved problems, can fail to realize that our present day attitude towards life would be both saner and sweeter for a leavening of pagan common sense and discernment. 26. 26. The principles of maleness and femaleness, as manifested in Hakma and Bina, represent more than mere positivity and negativity, activity and passivity. Hakma, the all-begetter, is a vehicle of primal force, the immediate manifestation of Kether. The immediate manifestation of Kether. It is, in fact, Kether in action. Look, Hakma is Kether in action. That's why I said Hakma and Kether are both Buddhi. They're both Buddhi. And it is, in fact, Kether in action. For the different Sephiroth do not represent different things, but different functions of the same thing, i.e., pure force welling up into manifestation from the great unmanifest, which is behind the negative veils of existence. Hakma is pure force. What is Hakma? Pure force. Even as the expansion of petrol, as it explodes in the combustion chamber of an engine, is pure force. But just as this expansive force would expand and be lost if there were no engine to transmit its power, so the undirected energy of Hakma would radiate into space and be lost if there were nothing to receive its impulse and utilize it. Hakma explodes like petrol. Bina is the combustion chamber. Gidula and Gibara are the back and forth strokes of the piston. Society Eject, so you were absolutely correct when you said that Bina is the transformer. Because look what she said there. Hakma is pure energy, pure force, the explosion of power in the engine. That's what Hakma is. And it's Bina who catches that energy and directs it and takes it and makes something of it. Gibra and Chesed are the pistons pumping up and down, up and down, up and down. Taking that same collected energy and putting it into motion, turning it into something. Again, please make sure that you highlight this and study it, because this right here is serious business. (27) Now the expansive force given off by petrol is pure energy, but it will not drive a car. The constrictive organization of Bina is potentially capable of driving a car, but it cannot do so unless set in motion by the expansion of the stored up energy of petrol vapor. Look, Bina is all potential but inert. Sounds like Prakriti. Bina is all potential but inert. Sounds like Purusha. Hakma is pure energy, limitless and tireless, but incapable of doing anything except radiate off into space if left to its own devices. That sounds like Prakriti. But when Hakma acts upon Bina, its energy is gathered up and set to work. When Bina receives the impulse of Hakma, all her latent capacities are energized. Briefly, Hakma supplies the energy and Bina supplies the machine. That right there, that's the relationship between Purusha and Prakriti. Oh goodness, we still got a ways to go. Golly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Great day. Okay, well, just like last night. All right, I'm taking another break. I'll be right back. Consider what was said here in these two paragraphs, 26 and 27. Hot cakes. Hello. All right. Hikate says this chapter is diamonds on a volcano. I heard that. I heard that. Society Eject says, so this is why everything on Malkuth has sex. They are mimicking Hakma and Bina, just on a physical level, right? Lily June says, going to bed. Love hanging out here, but I understand. I understand. You did good. Go to sleep proud of yourself. All right. So let's continue. Society Eject says, LOL, I'm hanging in there. I was sleepy this morning, but let's get it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. '28. Consider how the maleness and femaleness of this pair of supernal opposites as reflected in the act of generation. The spermatozoa of the male are incapable of more than the briefest life. They are the simplest possible units of energy. Once that energy is expanded, they dissolve. But the reproductive mechanism of the female, the womb that bears the breasts that feed, are capable of bringing this handed-on life to independent life of its own. And yet all of this elaborate machinery must lie inert till the stimulus of the Hakma force sets it in action. The female reproductive unit is all potential, but inert. The male reproductive unit is all potent, but incapable of bringing to birth. Makes me wonder why the Vedic system is opposite. How Purusha is all potential but inert. And how Prakriti is all action but no mind. Star Film says, I'm taking the day off. Fuck it. Right on, brother. Right on. I think a good explanation would be that nothing is absolutely one or another. That there's elements of both within both. As Dion Fortune said, depending on what plane we're operating from determines our masculinity or femininity, right? And again, the symbol of the yin yang comes to mind. Grimstar Film says, gotta catch a break, MC. Absolutely, trust me. I realized that myself. It's cool to go hard forever, it really is, but it only makes sense to let the body breathe. Yeah, Micah says Andrew Smith over Andrew Tate. Oh, man. Hecate says coexisting, correlation, balance, control, and interdependent. I can see that. Both need each other. The female reproductive unit is all potential, but inert. The male reproductive unit is all potent, but incapable of bringing birth. 29. Most people think that because maleness and femaleness, as they know them on the physical plane, are fixed principles determined by structure, that the potent and the potential are rigidly bound to their respective mechanisms. Now, this is an error. There is a continual alternation of polarity on every plane except the physical. And indeed, among primitive types of animal life, there is even an alternation of polarity on the physical plane. Among higher types, and especially the vertebrates, polarity is fixed by the accident of birth, save in hermaphroditic anomalies, which cannot be regarded as other than pathological, and in which only one sex is ever functionally active, whatever the apparent development of the other aspect may be. It is a knowledge of this continual interplay of polarity, which is one of the most important secrets of the mysteries. It is in no sense homosexuality, which is a perverted and pathological expression of this fact that breaks out as a disorder of sexual feeling when the law of alternating polarity is not rightly understood. 30. Briefly, although his actual mode of reproduction on the physical plane is determined for every individual by the configuration of his body, his spiritual reactions are not so fixed, for the soul is bisexual. In other words, in every relation of life, we are sometimes positive and sometimes negative, according to whether circumstances are stronger than we are or we are stronger than their circumstances. Do you understand that? In other words, in every relation of life, we are sometimes positive and sometimes negative, according to whether circumstances are stronger than we are or we are stronger than our circumstances. Now, when she says positive and negative, she doesn't mean sometimes you're happy and sometimes you're sad. Positive means you place the influence on the environment. Negative means the environment places its influence on you. So when she says the soul is bisexual, this was written in 1930s. She's not talking about having sex with people. She's talking about the fact that the soul is both male and female. It is both. When your body dies, you don't have a woman's soul or a man's soul. That is only in the physical body. With that being said, the expression of the soul is completely contextual. It depends on the relationship and the environment. So if your environment is stronger than you, you are now negative, which means that the environment impregnates you, and then you reproduce what the environment has put into you. If you're stronger than your environment, then you impregnate your environment and you turn it into something it produces for you, right? Look around at life. Look around at life, and I want you to locate in your mind an example of someone whose environment is stronger than them, and it impregnates them, and they give birth to what their environment put into them. And I want you to think in your mind of a person or a situation that is stronger than their environment, and they begin to impregnate their environment. I like to think of Alien and the Xenomorph, and how the egg opens up and it puts the face hugger on the person's face, and that tube goes down its throat, and they put the alien seed in the person, and then a chest burster is formed and it busts out of their chest, and now the alien looks like a person. Somebody's gonna have to play that role. Are you the face hugger, or are you the person whose chest gets bursted out? And depending on circumstances, both can be beneficial and efficient. But think about this. When you look around at your environment, is it putting seed into you and you're giving birth to what your environment is telling you to produce? Or is it the other way around? Are you putting your will into the environment and allowing it to reproduce for you? Like I said, it depends on you and what you need and what you want. Nothing is right or wrong, but I'm saying it is important to be aware of what's happening. Be aware of what's happening. I remember a lot of people, what was it? I think Jim Jones, and he had this whole thing about, I'm a product of my environment. I don't think I would proudly wave that banner, I'm a product of my environment. You're literally saying that you're limited to what your environment has given you, and that's it. I am not a product of my environment. My environment is a product of me. I will never sit here and wave that banner. I'm a product of my environment. No, not me. Somebody else might. MC Maestro says, my favorite superhero, Shade, the Changing Man, could warp his environment based on his thoughts, but sometimes the environment would cause him mental torment. Oh, so was that the manga that you had on your story? I'm interested in looking into that. Mystery X9988 says, so basically I can control my reality by controlling my emotions and not reacting to annoying situations. Test it out and see. Test that theory out and see. That's what I would say. And I would advise you to look at your tarot deck at the number 1 card with the magician and all the tools out on his table. Are the tools on the table causing him to do what he's doing? Or is he causing the tools on the table to do what it do? My big top tricks will always make you happy, but we all know the hat is wearing me. Who knows that song? Chicanery will always make you happy, but we all know the hat is wearing me. Turn it into magic. All right, doesn't look like anybody knows that song. It's Marilyn Manson. Old school Marilyn Manson. All right, where was I? Oh yeah, down here. So again, in other words, in every relation of life, we are sometimes positive and sometimes negative, according to whether circumstances are stronger than we are, or we are stronger than our circumstances. This is clearly indicated in the proverb that the gray mare is sometimes the better horse. It also comes out clearly in the fact that Netzach, Venus Aphrodite, is the basal sephira of Hakma's pillar. We thus get the female nature showing a different polarity on different levels. For in Netzach, she is as positive and dynamic as she is static in Bina. Fail to see the tragic, turn it into magic. My big top tricks will always make you happy, but we all know the hat is wearing me. I peek into the hole, I struggle for control. Children love the show. All right, let's keep going. So, 31. All this is not only bewildering intellectually, but also confusing morally, and even at the risk of being accused of fostering all manner of abnormalities, I must try to make the matter clear, for its practical implications are so far-reaching. 32. It has been said by the rabbis that each sephirah is negative in relation to the one above it, by which it is emanated, and positive in relation to the one below it, which it emanates. This gives us the key. We are negative in our relationships with that which is of a higher potential than we are, and we are positive in our relationships to that which has a lower potential. Doesn't that just make sense? Doesn't that just make sense? If you are in a relationship with someone that can help you, you're negative to them and they're positive to you. If you're in a relationship where you're able to help someone else, you're positive to them and they're negative to you. Right? We're talking about polarity here. We're not talking about good and bad. Polarity. So this is going to exist across the board. There are relationships where you are negative to someone, and there are relationships where you're positive to someone. If someone is in a position of life that you'd like to be in, they're positive to you. You're negative to them. You're pulling from them, and they're giving to you, and vice versa. This is a relationship which is in a perpetual state of flux, and which varies at every separate point at which we make our innumerable contacts with our environment. Oh, Anna Molly says, I feel like you're singing that way better than Manson, and that's why I don't recognize it, LMAO. I had to look and see if there was a Marilyn Manson Funko. They have the era that I... They have one, but it's not really the one I want. Fail to see the tragic, turn it into magic. Wow, it let me back in. Cool. Okay, well, I don't know what the hell that was. My battery is completely full and it just restarted my phone. I guess that means I need to focus and stop singing Marilyn Manson. Prepare to meet your doom. Yeah, alright, well, cool. Whatever, let's keep it moving. So, 33. For the most part, the relationship between a man and a woman is not entirely satisfactory to either party. And they have either to put up with incomplete satisfaction in their relationship under the compulsion of religious or economic pressure, or supplement elsewhere their incompleteness with, as a rule, a recurrence of the previous conditions when once the novelty has worn off. It is to be observed that under such circumstances, it is only in novelty that sexual satisfaction at its highest is to be found. And novelty is a thing which requires constantly to be renewed, with disastrous results to sexual economics. Dangerous thing to keep pushing the boundaries because you're bored. Because some things can be stretched and do not return to their original size. 34. The trouble is that while the male gives the physical stimulus which leads to reproduction, he does not realize that on the inner planes, he is, by virtue of the law of reverse polarity, negative, and is dependent for his emotional completeness upon the stimulation given by the female. He is dependent upon her for emotional fertilization, as is clearly shown in the case of any highly creative mind, such as Wagner or Shelley. So check that out. What we said previously was that you have at least 4 planes that we're dealing with: the physical, the astral, the mental, the spiritual. Now on every plane, there's alternating sexuality. So a male body on the physical is female in the astral, is male in the mental, and female in the spiritual. And it's vice versa. Female in the physical is male in the emotional, female in the mental, male in the spiritual. So on the physical plane, a man may fertilize a woman. But on the emotional plane, a woman fertilizes a man. And on the mental plane, a man fertilizes a woman. And guess what? In the spiritual plane, a woman fertilizes a man. It has to be crisscrossed like that. That's how balance is made. 35. Marriage is not a matter of 2 halves, but of 4 quarters. Marriage is not a matter of 2 halves, but of 4 quarters, uniting in balanced harmony of reciprocal fecundation. Bina and Hakma are balanced by Hod and Netzach. There are goddesses as well as gods for man to worship. Boaz and Yakin are both pillars of the temple, and only when united do they produce stability. A goddessless religion is halfway to atheism. Can you imagine a goddessless religion? Oh yeah, Christianity. In the word Elohim, we find the true key. Elohim is translated God in both authorized and revised versions of the Holy Scriptures. It really ought to be translated as God and Goddess, for it is a feminine noun with a masculine plural termination affixed. This is an incontrovertible fact. in its linguistic aspect at any rate, and it is to be presumed that the various authors of the books of the Bible knew what they meant and did not use this peculiar and unique form without good reason. And the spirit of the male and female conjoined principles moved upon the surface of the formless, and manifestation took place. If we want equilibrium instead of our present condition of unequal stresses, we must worship the Elohim, not Jehovah. Make sense? Does it make sense? Now I know it doesn't make sense to somebody, and they're probably already typing in the chat, why we gotta worship anything? We should just worship ourselves. And by all means, do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? But honestly, understand what she's saying here and what I've been saying here. We're dealing with patterns of energy. And if you're going to set your ideal and highest focus upon something that is imbalanced, you're going to produce imbalance in your life, right? So if all of your focus is on a masculine or on a feminine deity, by nature that's imbalance. You got to consider both sides of the equation because it takes both sides to produce manifestation. So when we look at the Elohim in Genesis, if we were to translate that into English, it would say, and the spirit of the male and female conjoined principles moved upon the surface of the formless, and manifestation took place. If we want equilibrium instead of our present condition of unequal stresses, we must worship the Elohim, not Jehovah. 36. The worship of Jehovah instead of the Elohim is a potent influence in preventing us from rising on the planes. Let me read that again. The worship of Jehovah instead of the Elohim is a potent influence in preventing us from rising on the planes. That is to say, from obtaining supernormal consciousness as part of our normal equipment. For we must be prepared to shift our polarity as we shift level. For what is positive on the physical plane becomes negative on the astral, and vice versa. Right? We've already been over that a few times, so that should start to be more and more clear as we keep passing through here. Also, as a practical occult work always involves the use of more than one plane, right? Either simultaneously as an invocation and evocation, or in succession as when we correlate the levels of consciousness after psychic work, the negative factor must always have its place in our work, both subjectively and objectively, right? You follow? 37. This again opens up new aspects of the subject. How many people realize that their own souls are literally bisexual within themselves, and that the different levels of consciousness act as male and female towards each other? Boom. Boom. Now, didn't she just say, right? On the physical, you might be a male, or you might operate masculine and positive. But on the next realm up, astral, you operate negative and feminine. On the next realm up, the mental plane, you're going to operate masculine and positive again. And it continues to alternate, right? It continues to alternate. So it's actually, it's very uneducated to say that you have a male soul or a female soul. That's not how this works. You contain the function of both positive and negative polarity across the board. It all depends on the angle that you're operating from, whether it's physical, astral, mental, spiritual. That's what determines whether it's masculine or feminine, positive or negative. Not just the physical plane. If you base your reality off of just the physical plane, you're dealing with a very limited understanding of life. Supreme Laughter, welcome again. recall you asked this question the last time I saw you. He says, I guess I'll ask again, how do you stop procrastinating and being lazy? I feel lost without a purpose and don't know what to do. Well, I mean, obviously that is, it's going to be an answer that's beyond the scope of what I'm actually talking about in this video. But what you can do is identify the part of yourself that feels like it's a good idea to be lazy and procrastinate. Approach that part of yourself neutrally, not with judgment, not with anger, not with hatred. Sit down and talk with that part of yourself, neutral. It is just a respectable part as any other part. And ask it, what is it that you actually want? What are you trying to achieve by being lazy and procrastinating? Like, what is it that you're doing this for? Because you're obviously doing this for a good reason. Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing it. So sit that part down and talk to it and ask it these questions. What is it that you want? What are you doing this for? What are you trying to achieve? What are you getting out of this? Are you protecting me from something? Is this learned behavior from when I was 3 years old? Have a conversation with it. And as you talk with it, listen for a response. Listen for what it's trying to say to you. And when you get the response, when you see what that part of yourself is actually trying to do for you, ask it if there might be a better way to do it. And maybe you got a point where you can find a better valid part of you just as valid and important as anything else. So instead of trying to fight it and beat it up, sit down with it and ask it what it wants. That's the best way to answer your question. So again, 37. This again opens up a new aspect of the subject. How many people realize that their own souls are literally bisexual within themselves, and that the different levels of consciousness act as male and female towards each other? (38) Freud declared that the sex life determines the type of the whole life. Probably fundamentally the life as a whole determines the type of the sex life. But for practical purposes, his manner of putting it is true. For while it is not possible to straighten out a tangled sexual life by operating upon life as a whole, for instance, no amount of wealth or fame is any adequate compensation if this fundamental instinct is thwarted. It is quite possible to straighten out the whole life pattern by disentangling the sex life. This is a matter of practical experience and does not need to be reasoned from a priori grounds. No doubt it is for this reason, learned by practical experience of the workings of the human consciousness, that the ancients made phallicism such an important part of their rites. Actually, it is a very important factor in the ceremonial aspect of the worship of moderns also, but the recognition of the significance of the symbols employed traditionally has been repressed from consciousness. Also consider that even in the Hindu culture, the Shiva Lingam is worshipped. And what's the Shiva Lingam represent? That full moon is bussin'. Technically, Trav, the full moon doesn't happen until Saturday. Nope, 39. Freudian psychology supplies the key to phallicism and opens a door that leads into the adytum of the mysteries. There is no getting away from this fact in practical occultism, unpalatable as it may be to many, and it explains why so many magical enterprises are sterile. 40. These matters are highly recondite secrets of the mysteries, of which we moderns have lost the keys. But the experience of the new psychology and its allied art of psychiatry has abundantly proved the soundness of the basis on which the ancients built when they made adoration of the creative principle and of the fertility of an important part of their religious life. It is a matter of well-established experience that the person who has dissociated his or her sexual feelings from consciousness can never get to grips with life on any level. It's not about repressing your sexual feelings. It's not about disassociating those feelings. It's not about semen retention as a way to reach spiritual enlightenment. This fact is the basis of modern psychotherapy. In occult work, the inhibited, repressed person tends to unbalanced forms of psychism and mediumship and is totally useless for magical work, in which power has to be directed and handled by the will. So yeah, you can deny yourself sex and still experience certain spiritual things, but it's not going to be under your control. What you're actually experiencing is that sexual energy of yours being redirected into another channel, but not on purpose. The blood of a virgin. This does not mean that either total repression or total expression is necessary for magical working, right? It's not about repression, but it's also not about total expression, right? Those aren't necessary for magical working. But it does most emphatically mean that the person who is cut off from his instincts, which are his roots in Mother Earth, and in whose consciousness, in consequence, there is a gap, cannot be an open channel through which power can be brought down the planes into manifestation on the physical level. Perfect Relid says, but Trav, Yogananda says celibacy brings you to God. And that's great. I'm glad that you read that and that he said that. I don't understand why you said but, as if that contradicts anything. Brahmacharya. Perfect Relid says Vivekananda also said celibacy for 12 years opens up the vagus nerve and one will have tremendous memory and psychic power. By all means, go forth and do so. By all means. Prove it to yourself. "41. I shall no doubt be abused." And by the way, just on your comment there, Perfect Relid, what has to be defined is celibacy. That's what has to be defined. What you said doesn't agree with or contradict what Dion Fortune says or what I said. It all depends on your definition of that word celibacy. What does that mean? Because by my definition, I've been celibate for over 12 years. Has it been 12 years? Let me see. Not 12 years, but pretty close. We'll put it that way. In which case, then yeah, we can most definitely say it helps. But what's your definition of celibacy? What was his definition of celibacy? That's the real thing that has to be addressed. "41. I shall no doubt be abused and misrepresented for my frankness in these matters. But if no one will come forward and bear the odium of speaking the truth, how is the wayfaring man to find his way in the mysteries? Are we to maintain a Victorian attitude in the lodge which has everywhere been abandoned outside it? Someone must break these false gods made in the image of Miss Grundy. I am inclined to think, however, that any loss I may sustain on this account will be small, for it would not be possible to train or cooperate with the kind of person who is thrown into panic by plain speaking. Holy cow. And I wonder if, even in today's world, we have more people that are thrown into panic by plain speaking than we had in hers. I mean, think about it. You can say something online and upset the wrong person, and they will build an army up to try to cancel you, right? She says that it would not be possible to train or cooperate with the kind of person who is thrown into a panic by plain speaking. Don't pick up an occult book if you get triggered and upset by someone else's idea. That's not maturity. But that's what we have, right? A legion of baby witches who try to curse Donald Trump and curse the moon or whatever the hell they talking about. Or you want to cancel somebody on social media in their career and their livelihood because you don't like what they said. Like, I can't think of something more immature than that. He hurt my feelings indirectly. Let's cancel him. What? How about just don't listen to what he's saying? How about choose something else to look at on this free internet? Nobody forced you to listen to what that man was talking about. Nobody forced you to do it. See, that kind of behavior starts to become like a cancer, right? Because now what we're doing is limiting freedom of speech. You don't have to agree with anybody. You also don't have to watch and listen, right? But those are the type of minds and attitudes that are absolutely, completely unfit for this type of work. These are the same type of people who the first thing they want to do is learn about curses and hexes so they can get back at somebody who hurt their feelings. Woo. It's all by design, however. The self-policing public. War of the words. Do not let it be thought that I am inviting anyone to participate with me in phallic orgies, as it will probably be said that I am doing. I'm merely pointing out that the person who cannot see the significance of phallic worship from the psychological point of view has not got enough brains to be of very much use in the mysteries. Ooh. Dion Fortune said it. Blockwoman, peace. Forty-two. Having given considerable space to the elucidation of the Bina principle, functioning in polarity with Hakma, for not otherwise can it be understood, for it is essentially a principle of polarity. We can now consider the significance of the symbolism assigned to the third Sephirah. This falls into two divisions, the Great Mother aspect and the Saturn aspect, for both these attributions are given to Bina. She is the mighty mother of all living. She is also the death principle, for the giver of life, in form, is also the giver of death, for form must die when its use is outworn. Upon the planes of form, death and birth are the two sides of the same coin. The father is the giver of life, the mother is the giver of death. We learned that last night. 43. The mother aspect of Bina finds expression in the title of Mara, the sea, which is given her. It is a curious fact that Venus, Aphrodite, is represented as being born of the sea foam, and the Virgin Mary is called by Catholics Stella Maris, Star of the Sea. The word Mara, which is the root of Mary, also means bitter, and the spiritual experience attributed to Bina is the vision of sorrow, a vision which calls to mind the picture of the Virgin weeping at the foot of the cross, her heart pierced by 7 swords. We also recall the teaching of the Buddha that life is sorrow. The idea of subjugation to sorrow and death is implicit in the idea of the descent of life into the planes of form. The Yetzeretic text of Malkuth, already referred to, speaks of the throne of Bina. One of the titles given to the third Sephirah is Corsia, the throne. And the angels assigned to the Sephirah are called the Aralim, which means thrones. Now, a throne essentially suggests the idea of a stable basis, a firm foundation upon which the wielder of power takes his seat and cannot be moved. It is, in fact, a thrust block which takes the back pressure of a force as the shoulder takes the kick of a rifle. You guys get that? You got the shoulder and you of the rifle, right? You put the butt of the rifle up against your shoulder and you shoot. It helps to keep it stable, right? Likewise, that's what the throne represents when we talk about Bina. Oh, look, at 144 Magnolia Street, I saw through the window of that house. They was in white robes. It was in white robes. But at 144 Magnolia Street, I saw through the window of that house.
But at 144 Magnolia Street, I seen through the window of that house. They was in white robes fucking one another in the air like a choo-choo train. All senses going to hell. You gonna fuck me? Hello. More than I hate. Rack 'em. More than I hate. Rack. She crazy as a daisy. Bum, bum.
144. All right, let's get back to it. But now at 144 Magnolia Street, I seen through the window of that house. Society ejects. Did he keep watching? Why was he looking at somebody's window, first of all? Man, that is so funny. That is endlessly funny. I don't think there will be a day where I'm going to stop laughing at that. All right. She crazy as a daisy. Now, a throne essentially suggests the idea of a stable basis, a firm foundation upon which the wielder of power takes his seat and cannot be moved. Bum, bum, bum. Jeez Louise. It is in fact a thrust block, which takes the back pressure of a force as the shoulder takes the kick of a rifle. The great guns used for long distance ranging have to be bedded in a mass of concrete in order that they may resist the back pressure of the charge that drives the shell forwards. For it is obvious that the pressure on the breech of the gun must equal the pressure on the base of the shell when the gun goes off. This is a truth which our idealizing religious tendencies are inclined to ignore, with a consequent weakening and invalidating of their teaching. Bina, Mara, matter, is the thrust block, which gives dynamic life force its secure basis. Check that out. Check that out. So just like you have to, if you have a cannon that's about to shoot, I don't know, missile or something miles away, it's got to be solidified, grounded, right? Because the pressure going out has to equal the pressure going out, right? So likewise, think about your throne, right? The throne will be an example of the type of power being used, right? Even if your throne is a unicorn furry gamer chair. But more specifically, the throne we're talking about is matter. The matter around you is a representative of your throne. It's a direct reflection of the type of pressure that's being exerted from your being. Your reality is your throne. What's your throne like? How much pressure can your throne withstand? Are you trying to work with more power than your throne can resist? That's something to think about right there. Are you trying to work with more power than you're actually able suited to handle? Think about it. Think about it. The fact that he remembered the address by heart. MC Maestro says he used to be an established man. He went to an associate's house and saw him and Crowley smash it. And he was cursed with profound knowledge, yet was homeless. Poison ivy, poison ivy. She's crazy as a daisy. You can look, but you better not touch. Willie James Huff, better known as Funky Chicken. Allure says, late at night when you're sleeping, poison ivy come creeping around, round, round, round. Poison ivy, poison ivy. Anna Molly says 200-pound motor on a 100-pound resistant force boat is still gonna sink. That's a good one. You're gonna need an ocean of calamine lotion. What are they talking about in this song? You can look, but you better not touch. All right, get that throne reference. Is your throne strong enough to withstand the force that you're working with? And I'm not talking about literally the chair that you sit in, although that would be a great metaphor. But also look at your reality. Is your matter, is your environment strong enough to be a thrust block against the power that you call yourself working with, right? .45. Out of the resistance to spiritual force, as we have already noted, comes the idea of implicit evil, which is so unjust to Bina. Remember, Bina has been turned into something evil, Saturn, Satan, because we assume that Kether is good, and that Kether continues to provide kinetic force to Hakma, so we call Hakma good, and Bina is the static force, and we call that bad, because movement we say is good, and stillness is bad. Now, to accept that metaphor means that we also accept that woman is evil, that woman equates to Satan, and that Eve is the cause for the downfall of the Garden of Eden. All of that ties in together simply because we accept kinetic force as good and static force as evil. But I challenge you to start to reframe. I challenge you to reframe your definitions of good and evil. And maybe use efficient and useful, appropriate. Because there are times when stagnation is great and perfect. You want them salmonella viruses to be static and stagnant and dead if they ever enter in your body, right? MC Maestro says the Westerner has to build themselves up to even call down the power. Right. I think this is an important point that's often skipped. A lot of people want to jump straight to the power, not realizing you've got to have some type of form of handling that power, right? MC Maestro says, in My Hero Academia, the main character had to get ripped to handle 1% of the power he gained. Right. Likewise. So again, 45. Out of the resistance to spiritual force, as we have already noted, comes the idea of implicit evil, which is so unjust to Bina. This comes out very clearly when we consider the ideas that rise up in association with Saturn Chronos. There is something sinister about Saturn. He is the greater malefic of the astrologers. And anyone who finds a square to Saturn in their horoscope regards it as a heavy affliction. Saturn is the resistor, but being a resistor, he is also a stabilizer and a tester who does not allow us to trust our weight to that which will not bear it. So if you look in your life and you feel like Saturn is keeping something from you, well, it's probably because you're not strong enough to carry it. Boom. A boom. It is an illuminating point that the 30-second path, which leads from Malkuth to Yesod, the first path, and is the first path trodden by the soul striving upwards, is assigned to Saturn. Makes sense. He is the god of the most ancient form of matter. The Greek myth of Kronos, which is simply the Greek name for the same principle, looks upon him as one of the old gods, that is to say, the god that made the gods. He was the father of Jupiter and Zeus, who was saved from him by a cunning device of his mother, for Saturn had an unpleasant habit of eating his children. In this myth, we get again the idea of the bringer into life as the giver of death. That's Saturn, that's Bina. As we have already noted, Saturn with his reaping hook readily becomes death with his scythe. It is very interesting to note the re-entrant curves of these chains of associated ideas in connection with each Sephirah, for we cannot but see how the same image crops up again and again in every train of ideas that we pursue, even when we start from ideas as apparently divergent as the mother, the sea, and time. Keep in mind what I said last night as well. Well, Trev, how can Bina both be the great virgin mother and father time, Saturn, and death? It's all about the angles and the perspective, y'all. If you're at the top looking down, Bina is the great mother. But if you're down looking up, you're looking at father time and death. Same entity, different angle. Same concept, different angle. Because as soon as she gives birth to you, you've been now assigned a form that must die one day. So it is the mother, but it's also death, because you've been condemned to death, or your form has been condemned to death. Ace, peace. Laura, peace. (46) To each planet is assigned a virtue and a vice. In other words, each planet may be, in the words of astrologers, well or badly aspected, well or ill dignified. We cannot go through life without noting that every type of character has the vices of its virtues. That is to say, its virtues carried to extremes becomes vices. Remember the vice of Bina? Avarice. Remember the virtue of Bina? Silence. Silence carried to extremes becomes greed. So it is with the 7 planetary Sephiroth. They have their good and bad aspects according to the proportions in which they are represented. When there is lack of equilibrium, owing to the unbalanced force of a particular Sephiroth, we experience the evil influences of that Sephiroth. For instance, Saturn ate his children. Death began to destroy life before it had fulfilled its function. No Sephiroth, therefore, is wholly and solely evil, not even Gibra, which is destruction personified. They are all equally indispensable to the scheme of things as a whole, and their relative good or evil influence depends on their being where they are wanted. In the right proportions, neither too much nor too little. Too little of the influence of a given Sephirah leads to unbalance on the part of its opposite number. Too much becomes a positively evil influence, a poisonous overdose. Poison ivy. Oh my. Okay. 1, 2, 3 pages left. All right, listen. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to take my final break. Okay? So for those of you who are following along so far, right, when I come back, I want you to tell me what you've learned so far. No matter how small, no matter how trivial, even if you didn't learn anything, tell me something that you were reminded of that you already knew, since you're a very smart, wrinkly raisin brain. But I'll be right back. Matthew Watson says, when you say different angles, does that hint at the paths on the tree? Maybe, 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 maybe. Or absolutely, 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 absolutely. Now, 144 Magnolia Street, I seen through the window of that house. They was in white robes. I'll be right back, and then we will finish up with the last 3 pages. Oakley dokley. Allah Akbar. Oh, sweet. Poison ivy. Poison ivy. Poison ivy. Nice. Very nice. Uh-oh. Okay. So, let's see. What answers did I get? 144 Magnolia Street. Ace says balance is one of the keys of foundation. Can't run from it if you expect success. Absolutely. Eggs Blackley. Sounds about white. Anna Molly says, I think I understand the three aspects being connected and containing all the others better now. Perfect, perfect. Yamaika says, haven't yet found out my horoscope in detail. With this info being understood, I can look into it without worry. Cool. MC Maestro says, but I learned that manifestation didn't even happen and that we're dealing with one of the tri-devis with each of the times we work with a female deity. Absolutely. And with a masculine deity. MC Maestro says, peace, y'all. Dr. Shade and MCS has to get busy. Peace, bro. Peace. Society Eject says 37. Realize souls are bisexual within themselves. Right, right. A says, you know your singing tantrums are essential. You had poison ivy in my head last time. Oh yeah. But look, with that earworm comes other pieces of information. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't doing this on purpose. Mystery X9988 says, bad or annoying situations, just gonna have to face them head on and see what lesson come with them. If I react negatively, then the same thing will keep happening and reality is then controlling me. Right, right. I guess focusing on what we want with positive emotions, we control reality. Precisely. At the end of the day, there is, well, at the beginning of the day and yesterday and tomorrow and all that good stuff, there's always going to be a positive masculine interaction and a negative feminine interaction, which means that something is going to plant the seed and then something is going to develop it. Now, either you, as the Magus, are the masculine force and your environment, your reality, is going to be the feminine force and you're going to impregnate your environment to produce, or your environment is going to be the masculine and you are going to be the feminine, and your environment is going to impregnate you, and you're going to produce what's been given. It's going to be one of the others. So it would be a good idea to take into consideration what the relationship is. Gerald Sombright says, I was reminded that as you move up the planes, your nature changes, masculine and feminine. Good one, good one. Society Eject says, you had that song, She's Dancing Like a Stripper, in my head for a year. And imagine what else came along with that. See, music is a great save point. Like if you're playing a video game and you can like save. I know they don't really do that nowadays, but back in our days, you had to save and you could open it up and get all your stuff back. Matthew Watson says, I've learned that one must be internally strong and balanced to even be fit to wield any form of divine power. Perfect, bro, perfect. Anthony Hardy says, we on Magus 777. Peace, Anthony. All right. Let's keep with it. Where we at with it? Laura says, silly question, but what page are we on? Just got out my book. Laura, I'm not too sure that you're capable of a silly question. I mean, I've had interactions with you for quite some time, and I've yet to hear a silly question. But we are on verse 47 of chapter 17. So if you got the same copy I got, page 146. Ace says, music has always been my heartbeat. All kinds of lyrics and instrumentals. Same here. Same here. And I've recently been working with smells, for the past year or two. And I find that really if I'm like heavy on a certain fragrance or essential oil for a while, and I move on to something else as I naturally do, if I go back and induce that smell again, I'm flooded with the memories of what I was doing at that time. It's really cool. Like all 5 of our senses really do store information. So please, by all means, experiment with different senses of yours. All right, verse 47. The virtue of Bina is said to be silence, and its vice, avarice. Here again we see the Saturn influence making itself felt. Keats speaks of gray-haired Saturn, quiet as a stone. And in these few words, the poet conjures up a magical image of the primordial age and silence of the Saturnian influence. Saturn is indeed one of the old gods and is concerned with the mineral aspect of Earth. He is throned upon the most ancient rocks where no plant grows. There's no sea moss where Saturn is, y'all. Yamaika says olfactory is powerful enough to pierce dementia. I love that. I love that. So maybe there's a bigger reason why I'm using these scents. Society Eject says Bina is the archetypal womb through which life comes into manifestation. That was a good key. Yes, sir. 48. It is this silence which has ever been held to be an especially desirable virtue in women. Be that as it may, and no doubt her tongue is her most dangerous weapon. Oh. Silence indicates receptivity. If we are silent, we can listen and so learn. But if we are talking, the gates of entrance to the mind are closed. That needs to be broadcasted across the world. If we are silent, we can listen and so learn. But if we're talking, the gates of entrance to the mind are closed. It is the resistance and receptivity of Bina which are her chief powers. Gerald Sombright says, all right, peace, bro. Got to get some sleep. Thanks for everything. Peace, brother. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. And out of these virtues comes the vice, which is constituted by their overplus, the avarice, which denies too much and would withhold even that which is needful. When this prevails, we need the generous Gidula Gibra, Jupiter and Mars influence, to slay the old god, the slayer of his children, and reign in his stead. 49. The magical symbols of Bina are said to be the yoni and the outer robe of concealment. The latter is a Gnostic term, and the former an Indian one, meaning the genitals of the female. The negative correspondence of the phallus of the male. The less well-known term katis is the European equivalent. In Hindu religious symbols, the yoni and lingam appear with the greatest frequency, for the idea of life force and fertility is a prime mover in their faith. 50. The idea of fertility is the main motif in the aspects of Bina that manifest in the world of Asaya, the material level. Life not only enters into matter for discipline, but it also issues thence triumphantly, increased and multiplied. The fertility aspect, balancing the time-death limitation aspect, is essential to our concept of Bina. Time-death puts his sickle to the wheat of Ceres, and both are Bina symbols. So check that out again. Life not only enters into matter for discipline, we're not just coming here for the lesson, but it also issues thence triumphantly, increased and multiplied. By the time we're done with this training, we're going to be increased and multiplied. And when I say we, what I mean is, like what I said before, the sum of the parts, the whole is greater than the parts. So when I say the whole, I mean the masculine and the feminine. The soul enters into matter, but the result of a completed work is something greater than the soul and something greater than matter. It's so great that it's able to escape, to break free and graduate from manifestation. That's the goal, right? It's going to be some kind of purity to cross the abyss of Doth and go back to the other side. Life not only enters into matter for discipline, but also issues thence triumphantly, increased and multiplied, something greater than what it went in as, which is the whole point. 51. The idea of the outer robe of concealment clearly suggests matter, and the shrouding herein of the inner globe of glory of the life principle. How clearly do these two ideas, taken together, convey to us the concept of the body ensouled by spirit, its inner robe of spiritual glory concealed from all eyes by the outer covering of dense matter? Again and again, as we meditate upon these mysteries, do we find illumination from the apparently fortuitous collection of symbols assigned to each Sephirah. We have seen already in our study that no symbol stands alone, and that any penetration on the part of the intuition and the imagination serves to reveal long lines of interlacing connections between them. 52. The 4 threes of the tarot pack are the cards assigned to Bina. And by the way, the side eject says, and we can't imagine what the other side is. Right. Please understand that this is a fractal system. This is an infinitely replicating copy of a copy of a copy. As long as we exist within Prakriti, there are always levels above and below. So, if the soul finds itself within matter, to be able to descend from Kether into Hakma and Bina and down all the way to Malkuth, and to be able to come back up across that abyss, it must be something stronger than it was when it went down, something greater than it was when it went down, if such a thing can be fathomed. And if that's the case, guess what? That's only the beginning, because past Kether is the Malkuth of a whole another tree. Now keep in mind what I said. As long as the soul finds itself within Prakriti, there will be levels. That's not liberation. It's evolution, but that's not liberation. Evolution means you evolve to the next octave of existence. But liberation means you're no longer playing the game. You step out of it. You become one again with the infinite, undifferentiated all. So when we look at Kether, Bina, and Hakma, we're not looking at a specific Kether, Bina, and Hakma. We're looking at the context of Kether, Bina, and Hakma. You follow me? What that means is that there are trees, within spheres, right? There is a tree of a whole 10-sphere tree within Malkuth. So to get to the Kether of Malkuth means that you've entered the Malkuth of Yesod, right? So the tree itself, what we're studying here in these chapters, are the patterns, but not a specific tree in itself. Let me know if you get what I'm saying right there. When we're talking about Bina here, we're not talking about a specific Bina. We're talking about the underlying function of any and every Bina. Whether this is the Bina of Chesed, the Bina of the Clip-Off, right? The Bina of Malkuth, whatever. And as long as you're in the tree, there will always be tree. There will always be Sephiroth. There will always be evolution and devolution. Liberation does not mean you cross Kether. Liberation means you're no longer you're no longer in the tree. Now, it may take several evolutions to reach liberation, but please understand that there's two different things. Just crossing the abyss and crossing Kether does not mean you're no longer incarnated. You're still you have to be incarnated to be a part of the tree. All right, Ace gave me a check. Good enough, as long as one person gets it. As long as one person gets it. My job is done it. All right, now 52. The 4 threes of the tarot pack are the cards assigned to Bina. And indeed, the number 3 is intimately associated with the idea of manifestation in matter. That's what I mean. Manifestation in matter. The 2 opposing forces find expression in a third, the equilibrium between them. All right, so this is the first time we're hearing about the third, sattva, right? The 2 opposing forces find expression in a third, the equilibrium between them, which manifests on a lower plane than its parents. The triangle is one of the symbols assigned to Saturn as the god of densest matter, and the triangle of art, as it's called, is used in magical ceremonies when it is the intention to evoke a spirit to the visible appearance on the plane of matter. For other modes of manifestation, the circle is used. Clearly, she's talking about the Goetia, triangle of art. So, what's that mean? We use the triangle of art to work with the goetic spirits. That's related to Bina. So what are we doing with Bina to pull down a communication with a so-called spirit? The triangle is one of the symbols assigned to Saturn as the god of densest matter. And the triangle of art, as it's called, is used in magical ceremonies when it is the intention to evoke a spirit to visible appearance on the plane of matter. For other modes of manifestation, the circle is used. Check it out. Instead of using a triangle of art, I just went to Amazon, which, by the way, starts with the letter A, which is a triangle. Interessante. 53. The 3 of Wands is called the Lord of Established Strength. Here again, we have the idea of power and equilibrium, which is so characteristic of Bina. Wands, be it remembered, represent the dynamic Yod force. Yod, phallus, masculine. This force, when in the sphere of Bina, ceases to be dynamic and becomes consolidated. So look, the Wands is a masculine card, but 3 is a feminine number. So when you have masculine inside of feminine, you've got the harmony, right? So the 3 of Wands is a harmonious card. Power in equilibrium. Harmony, power in equilibrium. That's what the 3 of Wands represents. It doesn't matter the picture on the card. You look at what the card represents. The wand, which is the dynamic force, the masculine, the positive, right? But since we're finding that in Bina, the feminine force, the negative force, now we have balance. So the force within the sphere of Bina ceases to be dynamic and becomes consolidated. That's what the 3 of Wands represents. Power in equilibrium. 54, cups. Cups are essentially a female force, right? So now we got feminine, negative, negative. Check this out. For the cup or the chalice is one of the symbols of Bina and is intimately allied with the yoni in esoteric symbolism. So if we've got penis, vagina, now we've got vagina, vagina. Let's see what happens here. The 3 of Cups is therefore at home in Bina, for the 2 sets of symbolism reinforce each other. The 3 of Cups, which is aptly named Abundance, represents the fertility of Bina in her Ceres aspect. We got all kinds of fertility here. Abundance. Abundance. 55, check this out now. Now we're back to masculine and feminine. The 3 of Swords, however, and by the way, she's going by the planes. So the wands represent the spiritual plane, the cups represent the mental plane, the swords represent the astral plane, and the pentacles represent the physical plane. You get me? 55. The Three of Swords, however, is called sorrow, and its symbol in the tarot pack is a heart pierced by 3 swords. I think that's one of the most popular cards, next to like the Devil card and Death card and the Magic and the Fool card. I think we can all close our eyes, or even with our eyes open, see that heart pierced by 3 swords. That's the Three of Swords. It deals with Bina, and it deals with sorrow. Our readers will recall the reference to the sword-pierced heart of the Virgin Mary in Catholic symbolism. And Mary equates with Mara, bitter, the sea. Ave Maria, Stella Maris. In other words, this particular card deals with, yes, the sword is penetrating the heart, but this is not a happy sexual experience. This is like a mother sending her child off to war. She knows what's going to happen. She knows. She gave birth to someone who has to suffer, right? This is the downside. This is the negative side. This is the not so pretty side of giving birth. When that child leaves your womb, you know that it has to face the cold, hard world. You know that your child's going to have to suffer. It's going to get made fun of, going to get picked on. It's going to experience failure, hurt. How does it feel as a mother to know that your child may feel sad one day, maybe even depressed? Some woman or some man's going to break your child's heart, right? These are things that cross your mind, because you know if you brought another human being into the world, it's not just all happy, joy, joy. They're going to experience sorrow. That's what this particular card represents. Like I said, the swords represent the astral plane. So notice how emotional this is. Notice how emotional this is. Notice that the mental plane is by the cups, abundance, right? Bina in the mental plane is abundance. Bina in the spiritual plane, equilibrium. You get me? Number 56. Swords are, of course, Gibra cards, and as such represent the destructive aspect of Bina as Kali, the wife of Shiva, the Hindu goddess of destruction. Didn't I tell you? I already told you. Bina is represented by Durga and Kali. I said that, and Dion Fortune confirmed it right there. Like so look, if Bina is Durga and Kali, now you know the other two, Hakma and Kether. You know who they are. Every goddess is going to be Durga, Lakshmi, Saraswati. Period. Don't look at the picture, look at the function, look at the context. Every single god and goddess that you ever knew of, every little character on a TV show, any spirit that you will ever work with or have ever worked with, has ever existed and will ever exist, is either going to be a manifestation of Bina, Hakma, or Kether, Rajas, Tamas, or Sattva. When you understand that, you'll stop being confused. You'll stop looking for, which god and which. No. There's only 3 functions of spirit: generation, operation, destruction. I got the hookup. Holler if you hear me. All right, now let's wrap it up here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to give my Frieza a better place to live. All right, here we go. So 57, Pentacles are cards of earth, and as such are congenial to Bina form. The 3 of Pentacles, therefore, is the Lord of material works, or activity on the plane of form. Activity on the plane of form. So just like the feminine cups was at home in the 3s in Bina, the Pentacles, earth, is at home in Bina. Because the Pentacles, the earth cards, represent form. Bina represents form. So we've got root and fruit connected. The Lord of material works. 58. It will be observed that just as the planets have their influence reinforced when they are in those signs of the zodiac, which are called their own houses, so the tarot cards, when the significance of the Sephirah coincides with the spirit of the suit, represent the active aspect of the influence. And when the Sephirah and the suit represent different influences, the card is malefic. That's a key right there, man. For instance, the fiery sword card is a card of evil omen when it finds itself in the sphere of influence of Bina. Do y'all understand what was just said there? Because look, she said the spirit of the suit, right? Like what I was saying earlier, the swords and the wands, those are masculine cards, right? Those are masculine cards. The cup and the pentacle, those are feminine cards. So if we find pentacles and chalice cups in Bina, it's at home. So it's going to be double good, right? But the sword and the wand, those are masculine. So when we find those in Bina, we might have turbulence. Now, the wand represents the highest aspect of the masculine power, and Bina, the threes, represents the highest aspect of the feminine card. So here we have balance. We got alpha male and alpha female. Everything is good. But see, when we got the swords, that's the lower arc of the masculine force. Now we got alpha female, beta male. That's not a pretty picture. It's not a pretty picture. So what we have there is the swords piercing the heart, sorrow. Somebody's got to suffer. Somebody's got to suffer, right? So we know that the swords and the wands are the masculine cards. The cups and the pentacles are the feminine cards. Now each of these Sephiroth, for the most part, right, they're going to have a predominantly masculine or feminine aspect. We know that if it's on the left pillar, it's going to be predominantly feminine, especially at the top, Bina, feminine. But as you get to the bottom, it's androgynous, Hod, right? Mercury, that's going to be purely androgynous. That's why the symbol is an androgynous person. On the right side of the tree, Hakma, at the top, is the man of man, right? When you go to the bottom, you've got Venus, which is a feminine card, but it is feminine power in a very active state. That's why the Netzach Venus is beauty, love, art, music, all those. It's the feminine quality, but it is highly active. You get me? Then, of course, the middle pillar is neutral, balanced, harmonized. Tifereth, Yesod, Kether, Malkuth. A blend of all the previous forces. So understand what she said here on verse 58. She said that it will be observed that just as the planets have their influence reinforced when they are in those signs of the zodiac that are called their own houses. For example, what planet rules Aries? That's Mars, right? So whenever Mars is in Aries, it's at home. When Mercury is in Gemini, it's at home, right? When Mercury is in Virgo, it's at home, because the planets rule those particular signs. So when they're linked up together, they're double good. Likewise, when you have the masculine or feminine cards and a masculine or feminine Sephiroth, this is a better way to be able to read your tarot cards, basically. Something to keep in mind. Each one of the numbers represent one of the Sephiroths. So the 7 of Pentacles, that ought to be a really cool card, because 7 is represented by Netzach, Venus, and Pentacles is the material plane, feminine, right? You get what I mean. You get what I mean. I just had to, I feel reinforcing it like that will help drive the point home. Now finally, verse 59. And so, finally, to sum up, I have written of Bina at this length, because with her is completed the supernal triad, and the first of the pairs of opposites. She represents not only herself, but also the functioning partners, for it is impossible to understand any unit on the tree, save by reference to those other units with which it interacts and equilibrates. Hakma without Bina and Bina without Hakma are incomprehensible, for the pair are a functional unit, and not either of them separately. I hope that this was very educational and inspirational to you. Because let me tell you something. I really enjoy doing these book reads for multiple reasons. This is a subject matter that I love so much. And even without YouTube, I would still be doing this. As a matter of fact, before YouTube, I was doing this. So it's wonderful to be able to share what I love with people that I love. It's wonderful to be able to share my passion with other people who are passionate about it too. But it's not just fun. Like, this is potentially life-changing information if you can start to wrap your head around it. Because this is a way to organize reality instead of being confused. To be able to make sense of what previously seemed like a foreign language or seemed like something that you can't really apply. And every time I go over this information, I learn more and more. I love it. I do. I do. So, it's time to go. Time to go. Keep studying. Keep learning. Keep growing. We'll continue again soon. I'm pretty sure I'll see you guys on Sunday. And yeah, that's that. It's been real. Have a good night. So, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you guys. Peace. The horn does light up, but I'm too short to reach it, so I just let it be.